Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Welcome back. Tonight's stories move through structures, shadows, and those strange in-between places where people have disappeared without explanation. They are quieter at first, eerie in the details, and they build towards some of the strangest vanishings in this series. Get comfortable, let the rain do its thing, and listen close because the quiet isn't always empty. This is episode 2 of a 3-part run dropping on Friday nights. There is a single ad in the first 5 minutes and the rest is completely ad-free. The pace stays calm, the vibe is sleep-ready, and these are true-sounding 411-style mysteries told softly so the edges blur. If this format works, a like and a subscribe help a lot. A new part arrives next Friday at the same time with the same slow burn. The shadow in the picnic area. That summer evening was like any other. A group of college students, 4 of them, decided to linger after sundown. They had driven out in one car, bringing beer and a single lantern. The clearing glowed amber, insects circling in lazy spirals while trees framed the light like an audience. The picnic area was the kind that looked cheerful during daylight. Wooden tables faded gray from seasons of rain, fire rings circled by stones, trash cans chained to posts with lids heavy enough to foil bears. Families visited on weekends to roast hot dogs, play frisbee in the clearing, then pack up before night fell. The air was still. Yet they noticed something odd before midnight, the sense of being observed. They tried to laugh it off, though laughter came thinly. The fire had burned low, and the woods around them seemed to lean closer. It began with movement at the edge of the light, a shape darker than the dark leaning between 2 trunks. At first, someone joked about a raccoon or stray camper, but the humor died quickly. The mass was upright, human in height, but stretched, blurred. No light caught on eyes, no reflection from skin, just a cutout absence. One of them stood, calling out. No reply. The shadow did not advance or retreat. It simply lingered, elongated strangely, like proportions of a body scribbled by a lazy artist. Then, as they blinked, they realized there was more than one. A second figure leaned along the far edge of the lantern's circle, as still as the first. Their stomachs clenched together, a shared instinct, base and undeniable. The silence thickened. Insects that had circled moments ago vanished. The lantern hissed faintly, its sound obscenely loud against the quiet. Then the first shadow stepped closer. Not fast, not lunging, just one glide of movement enough to show it could. No crunch of leaves accompanied it, no disturbance on gravel. Its feet made no sound at all. That was all it took. One of the group bolted upright, kicking bottles, shouting for the others to run. Panic scattered them. In the frenzy, they carried only the lantern and sprinted toward the car. Behind them came no pursuit, no crashing chase through brush, only silence. Except one swore later there was sound, not from behind but ahead. Low breathing stretched across the clearing as though waiting near the lot. The key fumbled in the driver's hands, slipped, fell. In those heart-stopping seconds, the lantern cast its light across the gravel, enough to show one of the shadows standing by the trailhead, turned partially sideways, as though it had always been there watching them bungle, patient as stone. When the engine roared at last and headlights cut through the trees, illumination revealed nothing. No figures, just trunks and darkness stretching eternal. They drove 50 miles before daring to stop. By then their voices were raw from shouting over one another. They never returned. Weeks later, a ranger heard parts of their story. He did not laugh. He told them in his quiet way that they should trust their instincts. The picnic area, he said, had history. Small things first, food stolen without prints, radios left hissing though batteries drained. Then reports of figures glimpsed between trees at dusk, never loud, never attacking, but never gone. In the folklore that accumulated, the place became known for presences that multiplied. People would swear they saw one figure, then blink and see another, then another. Always the same stretched stick-like outline, always silent, always letting its existence weigh upon you until you broke first. By day, the picnic area remained cheerful again. Children climbed rocks, charcoal smoke curled into blue sky, but in photographs taken late in afternoon, strange blurs crept at the frame's edge. Not shapes, not faces, just deeper shadows, vertical and crooked. Most people ignored them until someone pointed them out. Then no one could unsee them. Among those who believed, one thought repeated. The figures never had anywhere to go. They did not run, they did not vanish swiftly. They remained simply until the humans left instead. Perhaps that was their patience. Perhaps that was their hunger. The picnic table vanishing. The picnic grounds were never considered wilderness. That fact alone made them popular. Families wanted a place where children could run free without risk, where pavement still touched the forest and grills stood black-legged in neat rows under shady trees. It was domestic wilderness, tamed into order, perfect for birthday parties and weekend gatherings. The centerpiece was always the benches themselves, long wooden tables bolted tight to the ground, scarred by decades of initials carved by pocket knives, and the dark circles of soda cans. People often said, half joking and half in comfort, that nothing truly bad could happen there. Wild animals knew to keep to deeper woods. Cars stayed clustered in the small lot. The trees themselves seemed benign, open-limbed, welcoming. On a summer weekend, the buzz of insects and the shouts of children always drowned the possibility of danger. That Sunday late in August, 3 households of the Johnson family arrived just after noon. They came in 3 cars, coolers thumping from trunks, bags of potato chips rattling in little hands. Aunt Donna, punctual as ever, draped an oilcloth across one of the benches. 2 brothers unfolded camp chairs. The cousins spilled out shrieking with joy, chasing one another in zigzag patterns across the grass. The atmosphere was so normal it lulled everyone into familiarity's trance. Food sizzled, cards snapped on the tabletop, and children vanished in and out of the nearby trees as though the day could last forever. Megan, 10 years old, sat on the bench between her cousins, feet swinging, a bright pink shirt flashing whenever she leaned forward. Her mother remembered looking at her perfectly ordinary red cup lifted in hand. She turned for one moment to reach for condiments. When she turned back, Megan was gone. It was confused disbelief first, the kind of uncertainty that expects a prank. Her mother laughed nervously, looked under the table beside the trunk to the edge of the grass. Nothing. The cup she had been drinking from still sat upright, rim still wet. No footsteps dented the soil away from the bench. Then came the shouting. Her name was called over and over until every adult was up and running. Children scattered outward in widening circles. Neighbors in the next picnic shelter joined, combing through brush, checking restrooms, peering into cars that remained still in the lot. Within minutes, confusion bled into panic. By nightfall, rangers had been called. Flashlights moved in sync across the field like slow fireflies. Dogs were brought before midnight. Their handlers recorded what later became a chilling constant. Each hound sniffed at the bench where Megan had last been seen. Each immediately turned tight circles, but could not lead beyond the concrete pad. 2 abruptly sat down and refused to move at all, whimpering at their handlers like the trail itself had lifted into the air. For a week, the search stretched. Helicopters lifted overhead. Search lines tramped every gully and drainage. The creek was dragged, the slopes swept in daylight, and prowled again by lantern at night. Nothing emerged. No prints, no shirt, not even a scrap of fabric. Megan was erased in daylight within a dozen paces of 6 relatives. Her family lingered long after officials muttered condolences and shifted to other work. They slept in cars until exhaustion drained them. Flyers printed with her school portrait stapled to trees grew limp in damp midsummer air. In interviews, her mother repeated the same refrain. Megan had not wandered. She had not run. She had been sitting at the table, surrounded. That account might have calcified as a singular heartbreak if it had stood alone. But the strangest thing about those picnic grounds is that it was not the first time someone had failed to come back, and it would not be the last. In 1995, 4 college students drove up for an evening cookout just at the edge of fall semester. They brought lanterns, a cooler of cheap beer, and laughter that flowed freely into the dusk. Later testimony matched precisely. Caleb Stone, 19, shy and quiet among his louder companions, rose from the bench and said he was going to the restroom. His figure walked easily away into lantern glow, crossed a few short paces toward the building, and then was gone. No one saw him stumble. No one heard a branch snap. He never came back. His jacket remained folded on the bench. His sandals still rested neatly beneath the table. The propane lantern sputtered and smoked, but his place in the circle remained empty forever. Rangers scoured the small distance between bench and restroom, less than 30 yards. Dogs taken there again circled and whined. One handler admitted later, he felt the animal straining upward instead of forward, nose tilting to the air, as though scent had lifted into height. Caleb was never found. His friends repeated for years afterwards that they had been staring directly at the space he crossed. It was a flat span, open, impossible to hide a fall, yet in the blink of lamplight he had vanished. In 2008, the Alvarez family came through on a Sunday much like the Johnsons. Photographs taken that morning show balloons tied to the rail at the edge of the shelter. A birthday cake shone with thick icing. At dusk, their teenage son walked toward the tree line to fetch more branches for the fire pit. His father followed after. Neither returned. His mother described waiting, first patient, then stiff with dread, then shouting until her voice collapsed into sobs. When rangers arrived, food still steamed on tinfoil beside the table. Folding chairs leaned casually against the bench. The bundle of branches the father had retrieved was stacked carefully against the trunk, but the two who carried it had disappeared into silence. Stories accumulated like nervous whispers. One elderly man told investigators he had heard a woman laughing just beyond the tree line while sitting alone one afternoon. When he turned, no one stood there. A child told her parents she had seen blue light flashing on the benches, dismissed as imagination until another family months later reported the same. Teenagers began using the site to dare one another. They came back speaking in unease. Some said they heard their names called, in familiar voices while sitting at the table. Others swore they felt weight pressing the bench as though someone unseen had settled beside them. One ranger, speaking off record years later, admitted he had found gouges underneath one table, parallel scratches deep in the wood, bizarrely uniform, as though carved from inside out. His statement was hushed and dismissed, but the rumor spread anyway. Maintenance crews repaired roofs, repainted posts, and replaced beams around the grounds. But somehow those particular benches remained unchanged. Old planks, old bolts, wood gone black with weather. People speculated it was stubborn budget or negligence, but others whispered that no one wanted to take responsibility for moving them. Today, families avoid those tables if alternatives are open. Pets resist approaching them. Those who know the story steer rookies away. Yet still the tables stand, drawing the curious and daring. Boys slap them in bravado, laughing too loud, while others quietly walk wide around. What lingers is not noise, but its absence. At dusk, the cicadas dip away, birds drop silent, even the wind seems reduced. Those who pause in that moment often claim to feel not emptiness but attention, as though silence itself is watching. A visitor once swore that when sudden gusts ran through the grove, he could hear voices in the wood grain, names murmured impossible to identify, woven into noise like wind in a hollow. For the families left behind, the legend is unbearable. Megan's mother has returned each birthday for more than 20 years, sitting briefly at the bench, speaking aloud as if to a daughter just out of sight. The Alvarezes moved away, leaving flowers there only twice before ceasing. Caleb's friends mentioned in an interview years later that they still dream of him walking toward the flickering restroom light, shadow stretched behind, and waking at the moment the shadow severs. Official reports remain bureaucratic. Case files state possible abduction or lost in terrain. They flatten detail, tidy away contradictions. Missing persons, misadventure, probable disorientation, all words that feel false against plates still warm on the table, jackets still folded, laughter hanging frozen mid-air. The locals offer another name now, the picnic table vanishings. A phrase shared quietly, rarely written but always recognized. It binds the stories that no one in uniform will admit belong together, and it turns ordinary benches into markers of dread, wooden furniture etched not only by knives but by absence itself. What unsettles most is not simply that people disappeared here, but that it happened where entire families once sat, where eyes were watching, where food was warm and voices constant. And despite all that ordinary familiarity, space opened up anyway, swallowing presence whole without leaving even disturbance and dust. The picnic tables remain, waiting. They look the same as any other, in any other grove, except for the weight of stories that press invisibly into their planks. Parents point to them, warning children away. Teenagers linger with nervous laughter. Adults walking at dusk feel a kind of pressure near those benches and find themselves stepping faster, refusing to pause. No evidence will ever join the case files. No bodies will be found. No explanation will stitch back the sudden holes left in families. All that remains are tables, sitting patiently under trees, ordinary wood wrapped around extraordinary mystery. And for those who know, there is only one warning: eat your food on the blanket, not the bench. If you place yourself at those tables, be ready to feel company arrive around you, unseen, waiting, asking for one more name to carve into absence. The two boys at the abandoned tower. The tower had stood longer than the town itself. It was an old stone cylinder on the edge of the ridge, built generations before for reasons no one quite remembered. Some said it was a watchtower from early surveying days. Others swore it was a fire lookout, though it rose barely higher than the surrounding trees now grown tall around it, making it almost useless for sighting anything miles away. Whoever had abandoned it left no sign other than a warped door half set off its hinges, an iron spiral stair climbing into dark, and square windows punched irregularly around the circumference. Its stones were black with lichen, mortar split, graffiti carved into the lower levels by bored teenagers who had always treated it as local scenery. The tower became the backdrop for stories told in hushed voices, dares to climb it after sundown, tales of echoing laughter inside when no one was there, whispers of things glimpsed from the top landing that were not visible anywhere else. On Labor Day weekend, two boys entered the tower and never came out. Their names do not matter for the story, though they mattered enormously to those who loved them. They were cousins, 13 and 14, inseparable since they were small, spending summers together wandering creeks, chasing frogs, daring each other to climb higher or leap farther. That weekend, their extended family had gathered at the parkland just below the ridge. Dozens of relatives filled picnic shelters, grills smoked, soda cans hissed open. The boys, restless, soon tired of adult chatter, they asked permission to wander. Permission came lightly, because everyone knew this area by heart. It was only a short climb to the ridge where the tower stood. Several witnesses remembered seeing them crest the slope, figures small against the sky, side by side, both carrying flashlights, though the afternoon was still bright. Later accounts fixed them at the foot of the tower, leaning against stone, scuffling gravel as they pushed at the warped door. They went inside around 4:30 in the afternoon. Other children would later say they heard the cousins laughing from within. One girl even shouted up, asking if they were coming back. She said she remembered hearing footsteps clanging up the iron stair, circling until the sound lifted higher, higher, then stopped abruptly somewhere near the top. She assumed they were hiding, waiting to jump out. But minutes slid by. The minutes mounted into half an hour. Shadows lengthened. The tower door remained ajar, but no voices emerged. By dinner time, relatives realized the boys had not returned. At first, the delay seemed ordinary. They were known to linger when turned loose outdoors. But by 7, with food cooling on plates, unspoken fear dragged older cousins up the slope to fetch them. The tower stood silent. Faint rust-colored graffiti scrawled its base, initials and dates. The stair inside wound upward in a tight coil. Cousins shouted up, beams of handheld flashlights angling between bars of iron. Their voices met only echoes. The tower was empty from base to upper landing. By 8, panic spread. Parents staggered up the slope, scrambling inside themselves, eyes fierce in flashlight glare. Every tread was checked, every window frame tested. They found nothing. No shoes, no candy wrappers, no marks of presents seemed older than what local teenagers had scratched weeks before. The boys were simply gone. Search expanded quickly because the family made phone calls instantly. Rangers arrived, then deputies. Lights lanced through brush. Dogs yapped and strained at leashes. The animals dragged handlers to the very base of the tower, winding up the stairwell. But in each case, they balked halfway up, circled furiously, then retreated, hackles up, tails tucked. Not one animal reached the top platform, though rangers climbed there freely. What unnerved everyone was the stillness. For all their flashlights and radio chatter, the sound inside seemed muted, as if the tower swallowed noise. Rangers noted that their calls did not rebound the way they should have in a hollow cylinder. They went up happy that physics would explain an echo, and came down pale, muttering that there had been hardly any echo at all. All night long the search widened, sweeping outward across the ridge, combing the slope down to riverbank, and back across the shelter sites. By morning, helicopters ghosted above, infrared eyes sweeping every patch of forest. The search lasted 9 days. Not one clue surfaced. The case files record it flatly. 2 boys entered the tower, last seen approximately 4:30 p.m., not seen exiting. Subsequent searches inconclusive. The proximate cause unknown. Families, of course, could not let it end there. Their theories ranged wild. Some assumed a hidden passage in the masonry, a sinkhole swallowed by grass at the tower's base. Others looked upward at the top window with bars long corroded away, and suggested an accidental fall, though no body was ever found on the sloped ground beneath. None of these explanations fit neat. Over time, stranger testimonies surfaced. A teenage girl who lived nearby insisted that on the second night she heard voices carrying faintly on the wind from the ridge. She thought it sounded like laughter, but too slowed down, like a recording played on half speed. Another hiker claimed that a week later, while walking past the base at dusk, he heard the sudden clanging of steps on the iron stair inside. Certain someone had trespassed. He ducked into the threshold. The interior yawned dark. The stair was empty. The sound stopped the moment his beam reached upward. Rumors congealed. They said if you climbed alone at night, you might hear the 2 boys just ahead of you, footsteps always on the stairs slightly higher. Some claimed that when they reached the upper landing, they saw shadows moving, though the platform lay bare. Down in town, children began a chant. 2 went up and never came down. Climb too high and you won't be found. The tower was locked eventually. Crews chained a half-rotted door and barred the windows. But anyone who has lived near knows that locks hold little sway. Teenagers scale the outer wall even now, boosting one another through windows, bragging about cigarettes smoked on the top landing, or the initials carved in railing. The stories linger heavier on their tongues the older they get, though. People who go up laughing often descend pale, shaken by something they can't name. And again, reports of footsteps ahead, laughter out of sync, names whispered by no one present. The families of the boys hold on to their own explanations. Some insist the tower was a place children should never have gone. Others cling to hope of abduction only because the alternative seems worse. But locals rarely talk about kidnappers. They talk about the tower like it houses a crack in the world, sealed only loosely with mortar and stone. Decades have passed now. Every few years the stories surface in newspapers again. Hikers saying they saw 2 figures up on the landing, only for the space to vanish empty once they climbed to check. Cameras left at the summit develop with strange streaks, 2 blurs side by side against sky. Most people call it chance light, developer error. Others trail off. At the base, the concrete pad remains worn smooth. Visitors often find small junk left there, like offerings, soda cans, knotted strings, bits of chalk. No one admits leaving them, but often they vanish within days, though no one cleans the site officially. Traces erode, names etched by teenagers fade, yet the story clings tighter than dust. The tower still waits on its ridge, visible from the town when the leaves thin each fall. On quiet days you can track its shape across miles, that narrow black column against sky. It looks harmless, ordinary, but step inside and each moment echoes peculiarly shallow. Stand too long on that stair, and you might swear someone ascends just ahead of you. And if you climb to the top at the wrong hour, well, the tale says you may come back down to find yourself missing something, though no one can explain what. The families have long since moved away. Some do not speak of it at all. But if you linger in this county, ask any local child about the two boys, and they will recite the story without hesitation. They went into the tower one bright afternoon. They climbed too high. They were never seen again. And if you are brave or foolish enough to climb there still, beware of listening too closely to the footsteps ahead of you, because you may find yourself following something that is not and never was there. The trail of lights in the pines. The forest outside the campground was ordinary by daylight. Wide trunks opened into clearings where sunlight slipped easily down to the needles, and trails flattened into tidy loops, no more threatening than a walk through town. Families were told this was the safe side of the park, the place meant for evening strolls after dinner, broad enough for a stroller, bland enough that it rarely drew headlines or stories. But sometimes places wear different shapes when the light changes. The Richards family had camped there in July, setting up their folding tent near the main loop of paved paths. Their spot was convenient, close to the restrooms, not far from the ranger station. The parents relished the security, especially with their youngest daughter Ellie, who had just turned 12. She was at that awkward edge between child and teenager, curious but still willing to wander in the company of her parents. That Saturday night, the family finished supper on the picnic table, hot dogs and marshmallows capping the kind of ordinary evening they were there to enjoy. It was warm, cicadas screaming so loudly in the branches that conversation had to rise above it. The parents described the moment in later interviews in the most ordinary possible way: uneventful, calm, unoisy except for insects. By 9, with dishes stacked and flashlights laid out, the younger children settled into sleeping bags. Ellie was wide awake. She asked if she could walk a little down the loop trail. It was something she had done in other parks with no trouble. Her parents hesitated but agreed, since the trail began right at the corner of their site. They told her to stay on the path, no more than 20 minutes. She promised, zipped her hoodie, tucked a spray bottle of bug repellent into her pocket, and clicked on the small flashlight she carried everywhere. That was the last time anyone saw her. The first strangeness was reported by another camper, a man smoking at the far end of the loop. He told rangers that just after 9:30 he had seen what looked like a lantern swinging between the rows of pines, 4 or 5 quick little lights moving together, like someone walking and the beam bouncing. He assumed it was a group of children with new flashlights, though he added that the glow seemed too white to be ordinary bulbs, like bluish shimmer. The lights curved steadily forward and then stopped all at once. He said the woods seemed suddenly darker after they went out, silent enough that he thought the cicadas had paused mid-drone. By 10 o'clock, Ellie still had not returned. Her parents began the calls. They walked down the trail with their own flashlights, voices echoing far in the night. Other campers joined, calling her name into the pines. The path wound easily, gravel underfoot, so broad a car might have eased down with tires crunching. There were no forks, no challenges, and yet the girl was gone. The official search began within an hour. Radios crackled, beams carved through wood. By dawn, dogs strained on leads. They tracked her scent down the gravel only a few hundred yards and then froze, circling, noses high. One handler stated in a report that the dogs acted as if interrupted by another strong odor, electrical almost, something that burned their nostrils and confused the trail. Their bodies shuddered, tails dropped, and they refused to advance beyond that single point marked by a bend and 3 tall pines. The ground at that bend showed nothing. No footprints beyond her ordinary sneakers. No fabric on bark. Just needles, gravel, still air. New witnesses swore to seeing lights. A couple in an RV described waking briefly around midnight and spotting a pale glow weaving among the pines like 5 lanterns in procession. They rubbed their eyes, half amused, chalked it to a late-night scout troop. When they rose at dawn and learned of Ellie's absence, they insisted on telling rangers what they had seen. Their description matched the widower's. The lights swayed like they were borne by walking figures, but none showed shape or body. For days the search continued. Helicopters swept with infrared, measuring ground warmth, noting deer clusters moving across undergrowth. Volunteers lined shoulder to shoulder through pines, each calling her name. They found nothing. No shoe shed in panic. No spray bottle of repellent left behind. No flashlight, not even the battery in mud. Stories began filtering quietly through both campers and residents. People remembered that occasionally, when the wind cut oddly down the slope, faint flickers appeared in the grove. Stray lightning bugs, some said, though these shone too steadily. Others remembered their grandparents talking of phantom torches, seen in the pines long before the campground was built. Reporters visiting briefly quoted one older resident who muttered that men used to go hunting down there, and returned speaking of lantern lines, though most who saw them knew not to follow. After the official operation ceased, the family remained another week in their camper, hoping Ellie might wander back in ragged but alive. Every evening her mother swore she felt on the cusp of hearing footsteps outside. Every time she opened the flap, only trees faced her in perfect stillness. They went home hollowed by absence. The park stayed open. Weeks turned to months, but others began experiencing smaller incidents. One boy told his parents he had seen a line of bluish lights flutter between trunks. Dog walkers reported their animals pausing, staring rigid as though watching moving figures that their eyes could not see. A teenager dared her friend to follow such a light. She admitted later she walked 30 steps into trees before suddenly feeling like she was underwater, and turned back dizzy, sure she would faint. Nothing official links these claims. The Park Service issues warnings about being prepared with maps and staying on marked routes after dark. Ellie's file lingers classified as disappearance in forest, cause unknown. But the locals call it the Trail of Lights now, lowering their voices when they say it. The path still lies neat, broad as always, gravel crunching comfortably underfoot. By day there is nothing menacing. Families use it with ease. Children weaving on bicycles. At twilight though, the cicadas fade too suddenly, shadows fill too fast, and some hikers swear the path bends farther than it seems to bend by day. Most turn around before the point where the 3 tall pines mark the spot dogs once froze. They don't admit why to anyone. Those who claim to have seen the lights hesitate before recounting detail. Some say it looks like a parade line, each bluish orb moving with uncanny rhythm. Others say the light seems almost to wait for you, pausing when you pause, resuming when you follow, almost like it's aware. The braver ones mutter you can hear faint footfalls barely off the gravel path, softer than your own, as if invisible figures walk alongside after dusk. By the time you register the sound, the lights fade. The trail still welcomes campers each year, and each year there are those who sense a strange pull to keep walking farther after dusk, to see where the glow leads. It remains a temptation, small and treacherous, in an otherwise ordinary place. The park staff say it plainly: stay on site at night, don't wander with flashlights for fun. But stories say the lights don't need you to wander far. Sometimes they come right up to the edge of the campground, drifting just where children think they see a glowing prize between the trees. And the warning most often whispered is that if you follow them too long, they stop moving as lights and begin moving as shadows. Shadows you never quite catch, shadows that wait until the cicada is still, and the dark grows thicker before vanishing all at once and leaving you in silence, alone. And for one family that never left with their daughter, the silence is louder than anything else. The cabin door that never opened again. For decades, teenagers turned it into a destination of dares. Go touch the cabin door at night, they whispered. Knock 3 times and run. Some tried harder, pulling at the latch, thrusting shoulders into the planks. No one ever got it open. The old word in town was that the last ranger who tried had found the handle so corroded it sheared in his grip. He walked back with flakes of iron in his palm. When he returned days later with tools, the door looked intact again, whole, the handle never broken. Most people said he had made up the part about chunks falling away, but he swore to it until he retired. The cabin sat at the end of a trail barely anyone used. an old utility road left behind from logging days. Rangers said it wasn't on the official map anymore, though locals knew if you walked 3 miles from the northern loop and cut down toward the dry creek bed, you would come upon it. The word cabin suggested something quaint, a place with shutters and a porch swing perhaps. But the structure waiting in the trees was square, squat, and mute. It had been built of hewn logs, weathered nearly black now. No glass in its windows, no smoke in its chimney. The front faced an overgrown clearing, one door at its center that stood closed in every photograph people took. The hinges were iron, the latch corroded, and time had fused them tight. The case that put the cabin into Ranger files happened with a couple in their 20s, who had taken an impromptu overnight trip. Their names are known to their families, recorded in the missing persons database, but for the sake of story, it is only necessary to call them what the locals call them, the two from Denver. They had camped not far from the northern loop, eager for privacy. Toward late afternoon, they set out wandering where their map thinned into dotted lines. They reached the dry drainage, cut through brush, and surprised themselves by stumbling into the clearing where the cabin squatted silent. One hiker later told her sister on the phone before her own disappearance that evening that she felt a weird kind of recognition, as if she had dreamed the cabin already. They circled it, noting graffiti scratched into logs, initials corroded to near invisibility. The man tried the handle, found it fused solid, and joked about spending the night inside if they could break it open. They did not manage it. Instead, both perched on the stoop to eat granola bars. That was where the last witnesses saw them. A father and daughter walking back along the trail, noting 2 young campers resting on the steps of the creepy locked cabin. The main story, though, was not about what kept the cabin always locked from the outside. It was about the hikers who watched it from within the clearing and noticed, more than once, a different perspective. Because if no one could open the door, how was it some claimed they saw faces framed in the window slats? After that, stories came more frequently. A trail runner swore that each time he passed the clearing at dawn, he heard 3 distinct knocks on wood, as if from the inside. A group of teenagers insisted that when they pressed ears against the joint of the door, they heard shallow breathing. Hunters said they saw condensation fog the dusty pane in cold weather, and more than once, campers described hiking back to their tents only to find muddy footprints circling their site, smaller and more numerous than any in their group. By dusk, when rain slid in fast and heavy, the 2 from Denver hadn't returned to camp. Rangers assumed they were sheltering somewhere off trail. A search began the next day and ran 3 days longer. Their tent stood zipped, belongings folded, but neither of them were found. What made the case linger was the detail from the father and daughter. The girl insisted that when she looked across the clearing, just before they left, she saw not 2 figures sitting outside, but movement inside a shadowed window. A man, tall, pale behind the slats, watching. She blinked, looked again, saw only empty dark. Files call this a misperception, child's imagination. Locals do not. What to make of it is left to the listener. Some say the door locks to keep something inside. Others mutter that it's meant to keep others in once they step through, though no one has proved they ever did. The 2 from Denver never returned home. Their families placed plaques in their churches, raised funds, begged for better searches. The clearing offered nothing back. The cabin door, though, never yielded. Men brought crowbars, tools. Some said they splintered planks only to return next week and find the facade intact. Photographs showed cracks, but later pictures showed nothing. Eventually, rangers marked the road off access and did not maintain it. You can still walk there easily enough if you know where to cut down. And the structure still waits in its clearing, wood gone dull with moss, iron latch streaked orange, closed in every season. And so the cabin goes on silently, the door never opening, no matter the force pressed against it. A square of shadow and forest that invites curiosity and punishes persistence. Those who walk nearby at dusk whisper they sometimes hear a sound just beyond ear's reach, a hand on a handle, rattling from the inside. You never see the door give way. You never see someone step out. You only hear that shake, that brief insistence before silence folds in again. And you leave with the strange certainty that someone is still waiting for you to open it, though no one ever has. The tunnel that swallowed 2 boys. The drainage tunnel lay just beyond the schoolyard, a remnant of county infrastructure built decades before the town grew around it. Children knew it as the Echo Tunnel, wide enough to walk inside upright, lined in damp concrete, graffiti scrawled along its mouth. It carried storm runoff under the road and into the creek, a tube of cool air on hot afternoons. Parents told kids to stay away, but warnings never mattered when curiosity lived so close. 2 boys lived 3 doors from each other, Anthony, 12, and Jared, 11. They were inseparable each summer, pedaling bikes side by side, pockets loaded with gum and matches, inventing dares. For weeks they had circled the Echo Tunnel. They rolled rocks inside, listening for clatters fade in the distance. They told each other stories of things hidden deeper down. Raccoons, snakes, the ghost of an old worker who bricked it closed. On July afternoon, heat shimmering over the asphalt, they decided to go in. A neighbor last saw them steering bikes across the weedy curb, laying them flat at the tunnel mouth. The bikes stayed there long after. The tunnel was not endless. Engineers said it ran less than half a mile, perfectly straight under the roadbed, outletting at the mirrored creek downslope. Enter one end, you should walk out the other in 20 minutes at most. Searchers knew this, and yet when evening came and the boys had not returned for supper, the absence felt impossible. It was not a forest swallowing them, not a mountain wilderness. It was a culvert kids had crawled through for decades. Ease made the loss sharper. Their parents rushed to the mouth. Flashlights swept along tags in the concrete. The beam traveled into damp dark where cold air exhaled steadily outward, smelling of wet stone. They shouted names into it, voices rebounding again and again, until thinning into static whispers. There was no sound of children. Police widened the search. Crews entered both ends armed with high lumen lights. They walked the entire length back and forth 3 times. The tunnel lay empty. Damp cardboard and old beer cans. Yes, but no sign of Anthony or Jared. Dogs would not approach more than 20 yards before whining and clawing backward. One handler forced his hound inside, only to see the animal shake violently, pulling from collar until it staggered back outside and cowered at his feet. Reporters came quickly because of the setting. 2 boys gone not in wilderness but in town, within shouting distance of home. Photographers captured images of their bikes still lying on the grass, kickstands not used, as if dropped only minutes before. Mothers clutched each other, faces streaked. For 3 days, the storm drains were combed. Crews walked, crawled, used cameras on poles. The only sounds were drips echoing. The only marks were initials spray-painted years before. No fabric, shoe, or flashlight fragment surfaced. The creek outlet remained bare. Afterward, the tunnel itself became avoided ground. Graffiti still scrawls over its lip, but older children warn younger ones away. They talk of laughs still echoing faintly at dusk, distorted, metallic, rising from within, though the passage stands empty. Some say if you throw a rock now, you will not hear it bounce, only silence, as though the tunnel grows longer while you stare. One teenager claimed he walked halfway through at night as dare. He insisted he saw shadows flicker against the far end, 2 figures standing side by side. He blinked, spoke their names, but when his beam lifted, the tunnel showed only wet concrete curving to darkness. Another girl swore that when she leaned into the mouth, she smelled chewing gum and smoke, fresh as though boys had just been there seconds before. Parents add their own lore. They mutter about currents underground, side turns in county maps forgotten, old shaft mouths collapsed but not sealed. Perhaps there was a hidden cavity. Perhaps something pulled them downward. But others shake their heads. Half a mile of pipe, they say. No branches, no turns, no reason. The official file remains flat, clinically labeling them missing juveniles. Suspected runaway, though no trail ever suggested it. But for the neighborhood, the memory does not fade. Every new generation of children inherits the story with the block itself. 2 boys went into the Echo Tunnel and never came out. And even now, if you walk there at dusk, when the air cools and shadows lengthen, you can still hear small stones skittering faintly across damp concrete inside, where no one walks, as if footsteps are retracing themselves over and over, never returning to daylight. The disappearance in the fire lookout. The tower stood on the highest point in the county, a square-framed fire lookout built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the night. Decades of storms had scoured the steps silver, each tread warped under weather, each nail rusted red against pine and metal. The cabin at the top still had its glass, 4 walls of window, roof pitched against snow, radio line long cut. Rangers kept the door locked with a heavy steel latch, and official use of the tower had ended years ago, once satellite imaging and drones made human survey obsolete. But the lookout remained visible from the valley, a crooked sentinel over the trees. People still climbed it, of course. Teenagers, hikers, anyone chasing photographs at sunset. The risk was obvious. The bolts had loosened, railings gapped away from structure, signs warned of injury. Yet the tower called, the way all high places do. On October weekend, 3 college students drove up from town. They parked at the trailhead with water bottles and cameras, planning to make the climb and stay up long enough to watch the horizon slip into purple. They were all 19, restless, halfway tethered to textbooks, drawn by boredom. Their names are still remembered in files, but here they can be called only by how they appear in local retellings. The 2 that came down and the 1 that did not. The hike up the ridge took less than an hour. They logged photos along the way, selfies between maples turned orange, boots on boards, the wide sweep of valley. At the base of the tower, another hiker snapped their picture at their request. All 3 grinned at the camera, leaning against the legs of the tower. No one else was seen heading up after. They climbed in good spirits. The stairs groaned, wind rattled cables, but by all accounts the ascent was ordinary. They reached the top, entered the glass room, tried the locked radio cabinet, gazed across. Witnesses at the trailhead below remembered hearing faint laughter drifting on the breeze. And then something happened that 2 recalled dimly, and 1 did not live to confirm. The friends would report later that as evening deepened they began hearing a distortion, as one called it. Faint at first and then more like a radio left on with no station tuned. Static drifted across the glass room. They assumed the old wires above were catching wind. One took out his phone to record, laughing at the weirdness, but the microphone captured only silence. The sound seemed to live outside electronics only in the ears. The missing boy, slender, wearing a gray hoodie, remarked he felt like someone was tapping on the floor. His friends laughed again. He stood up, walked toward the door. They saw him pull at the latch, step onto the small balcony. They followed seconds later, but when they turned, he was gone. The balcony was square and fenced 3 feet tall. He should have been there leaning against it. Instead, there was only air and an empty rail. The 2 shouted, ran from corner to corner, staring down across treetops. There was no body, no thud. The ground 30 feet below showed nothing but pine needles shifting in wind. They screamed his name until their voices broke. Rangers summoned that night climbed it once. They too searched the balcony and found no sign of fall. Dogs circled the base, noses upturned, whining without fix. Helicopters swung beams across every ravine into early morning. The forest returned nothing. The glass room still stands. Local visitors say the lock remains sturdy, though sometimes the door is ajar without sign of break. Some hike only to leave offerings at the base. Bracelets, folded paper, flowers bleached by rain. Teenagers call it the place where the tower ate someone. Rangers refute that word completely, but they cannot supply another explanation. Stranger testimonies came after. Hikers reported faint static brushing their ears like whispers on shore. When? Some swore they saw a gray sleeve vanish as if someone ducked around a corner on the balcony, though inspection showed it empty. Others claimed to hear footsteps higher than the glass room itself, 2 or 3 taps above the roofline where no steps exist. The official file lists accidental fall, though no one ever witnessed a plummet. No remains have been recovered, no trace of torn fabric hung on jutting beams, no indentation of impact. The 2 friends who survived still will not climb another tower. They say simply he walked out, and then he wasn't there. From the valley, the lookout still looks skeletal and tame, a silhouette stiff-lined against the horizon. It is easy to believe nothing is at stake. But climb that stairway when autumn wind stirs cables. Pause before the locked glass cabin. Listen carefully. Static will thread your ears, faint, refusing to record a sound that belongs nowhere. And if you step onto the balcony at dusk, some swear you can feel heat against the rail, like the touch of a palm just taken away. The miner who followed whispers. The mine had been sealed for nearly a century. It was one of the many shafts that lined the valley, scars left over from the coal days when men in helmets trudged in before dawn and crawled home at dusk, their faces blackened, their lungs filling with dust long before their time. Most shafts were filled, some boarded hastily, others collapsed by weather, but here and there you could still find one. Concrete caps anchored with rebar, chain-link fences sagging, warning signs faded. Children told stories about them because forbidden places always pulled hardest at the young. Jonathan Jack Muir grew up hearing those stories. His grandfather had worked those tunnels and lived long enough to tell ghosted versions of the days underground. Jack was 39, lean and restless, divorced, and trying to anchor himself again in the same valley where he'd grown up. He was no stranger to wandering old paths. Whether out of nostalgia or avoidance, he walked more than he worked. On the spring afternoon he vanished. He had stopped at the edge of one of those scarred places. Shaft 12B, long collapsed. Hikers later saw his truck parked not far from the rutted access lane. He was known to pace the area, to take photos of relics, but what the hikers reported later was stranger. They walked on the lower trail around noon and swore they heard a man talking loudly above. At first they thought he was on a phone, and then realized he seemed to be answering something, responding in calm tones to a voice they could not hear. One woman admitted she paused in puzzlement. The cadence was wrong for a phone call. He spoke like someone being coaxed along. He laughed once, short, unsure. Then he walked into the trees. That was the last time anyone outside his family saw him. When evening fell and he never returned home, his brother drove out. The truck sat unlocked, keys in ignition, jacket on the seat. The grass pressed down showed clear boot tracks leading 100 yards toward the old fence shaft. At the chain link, it appeared he had stepped through a gap rusted wide. Beyond that point, the impression was clear. He had walked to the mouth itself. The mine had been collapsed decades ago with rock and concrete, but the peculiar note in the ranger file describes how the blocking wall had shifted. There was a gap like a crude doorway. His boots led to it. They did not lead back. Search crews swarmed the place over the next 2 days. They brought spotlights, crawled to peer inside, lowered cameras on extended rods. Inside there was nothing but rubble and water seeping. Cavers confirmed the shaft behind had caved completely a long time ago. No one could have gone far, and yet Jack did not come out. Dogs brought to track him worked easily to the gap itself. Then they stopped, uncontrolled, barking and howling, as if at an intruder. When handlers pressed them forward, they yelped and loped back, dragging tails, refusing to reapproach. Theories abounded. Maybe he had fallen into a pocket and been buried by collapse, though no rumble had been heard and no fresh debris found. Maybe he had wandered farther and searchers simply missed him, but the last prints led straight to the opening. Quietly, those hikers repeated their memory of his voice. They said he seemed to be answering whispers. One claimed the phrase she heard him repeat was, "Yeah, I hear you. Okay, I'll go." Months later, other hikers admitted their own odd experiences at the site. A father walking near dusk claimed his daughter stopped and said she heard men under the ground talking like in a tunnel. His own ears picked up nothing, but she tugged his hand until they turned back. 2 teenagers bragged about sneaking through the gap, then told friends in shaken tones that inside, they could hear voices breathing questions they couldn't quite catch. The mine has been resealed, concrete poured thick over the old mouth. Yet flowers appear against the chain-link fence each year on the anniversary of Jack's disappearance. Some swear when wind rushes through the valley, you can hear men talking low, the cadence of conversation without words, slipping under the rush. Jack walked toward the whispers one ordinary spring afternoon. His boots went in. They never came back out. The rest is silence and stone. The missing family in the clearing. The clearing was not marked on most maps, but hikers knew it. Walk a little beyond the second fork of the old service road, and the pines opened into a meadow roughly circular, hemmed in by trees leaning inward, like cautious witnesses. Grass grew knee-high each summer, thistles sprouted, and in the dead center sat the remains of a charred foundation, black stones outlining what might once have been a homestead. Nothing functioned there anymore. No roof beams, no hearth. But the stones lingered in a vague square that drew eyes and gave the place its name. To rangers, it was simply the clearing. To locals, it was always the ruined meadow. The Hanley family had camped in the state park over Memorial Day. They were familiar faces, a young couple in their 30s with 2 daughters, age 8 and 10. They had a reputation for being careful, the type to laminate maps and pre-check weather reports. Friends recalled their bright orange tent, their tendency to eat early before hiking. That Saturday after lunch, they mentioned to other campers that they planned to walk a short distance to see the meadow with the old ruins. They never came back. Dogs led search crews quickly up the old service road toward the meadow. Their tracks confirmed what neighbors later said they suspected. 4 sets of footprints visible in patches of silt, 2 larger, 2 small, all distinct. They led clearly into the clearing. The prints fanned around the charred black stone of the ruins' foundation, and there they ended. When dusk dropped and the tent light stayed dark, neighbors grew uneasy. Rangers were alerted, and by 9 o'clock a search had begun. The family's tent stood zipped, coolers still packed with drinks, lanterns still sealed. Their trail shoes were gone, but all other belongings, including car keys, remained. Campers soon whispered about odd details. One group claimed they had walked past the clearing the very night the Hanleys disappeared, and glimpsed what they called lantern glow inside the trees. Believing another family was camped there, they paid it no attention until they later learned the ruin was far from any official site. Another group admitted they heard children's laughter downwind, drifting across the meadow. When they called out, no one answered, and when they pressed into the grass, the sound snapped off clean. Rangers reported scouring grass and brush for broken stalks. None were found. No prints left. No marks emerging the other side. It was as if the family converged inside the ruined square and never took another step. For days, helicopters scanned the canopy. Search parties domed ravines. Divers swept the river. Nothing emerged. It bewildered authorities who knew that wilderness vanishings usually leave scatter clothing, shredded pack, some hint. This left none. Afterward, local lore wrapped around the ruins stronger than before. Old men recalled that settlers had abandoned the homestead there sudden-like, though reasons never stayed clear. Some said the ground burned too hot for crops. Others swore of a sickness. Nearby generations advised their children not to enter the circle of stone. They murmured that animals cut across if startled, but never grazed inside. Hikers who stopped there sometimes describe a sensation of pressure, like a faint vibration rising from the ground. Others confess to hearing faint footfalls on both sides of them, though no one appears. Photographs show oddities, the meadow seeming brighter at its margins, darker at its center, as if exposures had reversed. The search ended without trace. What deepened unease was the scale. 4 people gone at once, a whole family, with no evidence of struggle or scatter. No trace of the Hanley family ever surfaced. Their relatives erected a plaque near the ranger station. Each year flowers appear in the clearing, though no one admits leaving them, and animals seem to leave those flowers untouched until they wither. And if the air seems still, but you keep hearing faint laughter touch the back of your neck, you are well advised to keep walking, because whatever gathered the Hanleys left no mark but absence, and it has never opened its hand since. Today the ruined square still rests at the center of the grass, shaded with thistle and moss. The prints remain in file photos, 4 sets leading in, none leading out. Some hikers claim if you linger there too long, the meadow grows too quiet, and all at once you realize you are standing where voices once stopped mid-sentence. It feels less like emptiness than like being noticed in turn. The vanishing on the stone steps. The hillside trail was not especially hard. It wound up from the picnic area toward a scenic overlook, a route most families could walk in sandals. The only difficult part was the final stretch, 27 stone steps cut long ago into the shale, climbing sharply to the rim. Time had worn them uneven but still serviceable. The place became famous in guidebooks for its view, an open face of valley rolling out green, town lights twinkling at dusk. The steps had always been rumored, though, to leave people uneasy. Some claimed they seemed longer when you climbed them than when you descended, as if an unseen delay lengthened the ascent by a breath or two. Others insisted the sounds of conversation faltered there, words refusing to carry clean, voices dulled against the wall. For most, those were idle comments, half-jokes swapped while panting up to the overlook. Nobody suspected anything darker until someone disappeared on them. It was June, years back, the start of warm season. Two close friends in their 20s hiked late that day. Jessica, who loved photography, and her friend Claire, who admitted she came mostly for company. They stopped often to rest, took pictures of moss and railings, laughed over the chatter of children on the lower paths. As sun dipped orange, they reached the steps. Claire remembered the light was strange, shadows falling flat. She walked behind Jessica, climbing deliberately, listening to her breaths. The steps narrowed near the top. Claire glanced down for only an instant to fix her footing. When she lifted her head, Jessica was gone. Not vanished over the rim, just not there. The landing showed clear. The rail was empty. Only air faced her, quiet, but for birds jittering deeper in the canopy. At first she thought Jessica had run forward onto the overlook as a joke. She reached the last step, heart hammering. The overlook lay bare in open evening. There was nowhere to hide, grass waist high, rim clear, sky wide. Jessica was not in sight. Her pack still lay 6 steps below where she had shrugged it off to use her camera. Panicked, Claire shouted until other hikers climbed fast. Though several joined her, no one had seen someone crest the steps ahead. They combed the slope both directions by flashlight. Jessica was never found. Rangers took the case seriously because Claire's account was immediate and consistent. Dogs tracked her up the path to the steps, then circled, confused, scents dissipating as though dispersed by wind. The search extended 3 days, with helicopters sweeping ridges. The valley yielded nothing. In town interviews, Claire insisted she had been within 6 feet. She swore Jessica walked up step 21, leaned slightly as though to gain momentum, and then she disappeared. She said Jessica did not fall. She didn't cry out. It wasn't long enough even to trip. She was in front of me and then there was nothing. Locals treated her testimony with caution, but slowly it infused the place with heavier lore. People admitted they had always felt unsettled climbing those steps. Some said you could feel yourself counted, watched, measured as you rose, as if the stones themselves held tally. Others muttered, you should never be the second to last in a pair, for the one in front sometimes would not reach the top. Gradually, other hikers claimed uncanny incidents. A father insisted he ascended with his son one morning, and heard an extra pair of footsteps behind them all the way, though no one else was visible. A woman out jogging swore that halfway up the steps her watch stopped ticking. Another pair of campers described hearing names whispered in cadence with their steps. Every footfall echoed with a syllable, until they stumbled out onto the overlook pale. The park eventually replaced the railings, sanding the steps into smoother slope, but nothing changed in people's stories. Sunset visitors often linger near the bottom, watching others climb before daring themselves. Some admit they count each step carefully, dread boiling when numbers feel off. The overlook still boasts its view, but the stone stair beneath has a quieter reputation now, whispered as the place where a hiker simply disappeared between one step and the next. Locals will tell you that if you climb as dusk falls and breath catches in your throat, you may feel someone gone just ahead of you, and that it is best not to linger on that 21st step. The Lost Sisters on the mountain path. The sisters were only 2 years apart, close enough that their friends said they sometimes seemed like twins. Abigail was 13, Clara 11, both wiry, long-haired, with the kind of bond that kept them inseparable even when parents tried to give them separate chores. That summer they had gone with extended family to the mountains in western Carolina. staying in a rental cabin near one of the most popular trailheads. It was the sort of place brochures promised safety, trail markers every mile, clear signage, paths tramped so often the dirt seemed paved. Families filled the path every weekend, strollers bumped over roots, dogs strained at leashes. No one worried about danger there. The girls set out with parents and cousins mid-morning. The group planned nothing strenuous, only a 2-mile loop to a scenic overlook and back. They carried water bottles, peanut butter crackers, cell phones with enough battery to take dozens of photos. The walk-up was loud and cheerful, younger cousins racing ahead, adults herding them back. The sisters kept stride together, whispering side jokes, stopping often to photograph mushrooms or flowers. On the return, the sun grew hot, shade scattered thin. Families around them thinned as groups split at forks, some taking longer routes. Abigail and Clara lingered near the middle. Witnesses later remembered them walking side by side as the path sloped shallowly downhill. A father with a toddler recalled seeing them pause at a signpost, pointing into the woods as though arguing whether a side spur was worth exploring. He passed within minutes and glanced back. He saw only empty trail. By the time the family regrouped near the trailhead, Abigail and Clara had not reappeared. At first there was annoyance. Perhaps they tarried with cousins on another branch. But as minutes stacked and parents called, voices rising, dread sank in. By mid-afternoon, rangers were mobilized. Searchers tracked easily the prints heading downhill. 2 sets of small sneakers pressed into soft dirt. They led toward a shallow curve where foliage thickened, and then the prints simply ended. Rangers bent over earth to confirm. No displacement, no further stride. It seemed that after 15 clear paces, both had lifted away. Dogs growled at the spot, tried to circle, then pulled back tails low. Handlers urged them forward, but reported refusal to advance. Helicopters came by dusk, sweeping ridges. 2 straight weeks of searching covered ravines, cliffs, streams. The family pleaded in interviews, but Abigail and Clara never appeared. The story deepened when more hikers began to share odd fragments. One said that for months before, several people had reported hearing 2 voices singing faintly along that same downhill stretch, like children chanting off in the woods. A woman swore that the noon she hiked through, she heard ahead what she thought were other hikers, but the words never resolved into English, only repetitive syllables timed with her own footsteps. Over the years, the trail grew its own rumors. Some call that section the Sisters Curve. Campers warn children not to lag behind there. Teenagers dare each other to whistle and wait for an answering whistle. Some swear they do hear one, faint and girlish, just beyond the tree line. Others say if you walk hand in hand with another person and pass the marker where the prints ended, you will feel one of the hands pulled sharply as though by someone else. The official files remain couched in terms of 2 juvenile females, last seen on marked path, presumed lost. But locals shake their heads. 2 girls do not scatter into thin air yards from their family in midday. Paths do not erase footprints in one stride. The trail remains scenic, families still walk it, pictures of the overlook flood summer feeds. But when groups with children pass back down the slope, parents often step closer, linking arms more tightly, their voices subdued as they pass the curve. The forest whispers loudest in that hush. It feels like the trees themselves remind you that 2 sisters walked here, their laughter still just out of sight, still waiting to echo when the cicadas dip and silence grows wide. The Traveler by the Iron Gate. The gate made no sense to anyone who came upon it. It stood alone in the middle of a disused bridle road. 2 thick iron posts driven deep into earth, a lattice of curled bars held together by rust. There was no fence to its sides, nothing to guard, only the gate itself, a doorway without walls. You could step easily around it if you chose, but nearly everyone who stumbled upon it later admitted that they felt a tug to go through, as if its shape demanded passage. Locals had always called it the Iron Gate, though no map identified it. Old men muttered that it must have been built as part of some fencing project a century back, though the rest of the fence had never stood. One woman who grew up nearby swore her grandfather called it a door for cattle that never grazed there. Over time, it became a story told in lowered voices, the kind of landmark children dared each other to touch at dusk. In 2009, Richard Hale stopped there. He was 38, recently laid off from factory work, carrying the weight of too much time and an eagerness to walk until he could see straight again. His pack was patched canvas, a harmonica tied to the strap because he liked to play when resting. His sister remembered his last phone call at noon. He had been laughing about how the trail was so empty he could hear himself think, saying, "Feels like the road belongs to me today." By evening, he was gone. Another hiker crossed paths with him late that afternoon, only a short climb before the bridle road. She remembered his stick, his easy wave, how he mentioned he wanted to see that old gate thing up the ridge. She thought nothing of it. Hours later, his truck was still waiting at the trailhead, keys inside, phone folded on the seat. The prints told the story most sharply. Rangers followed them from the road, each imprint clear in soft soil, worn boots with a chipped heel pressing steady toward the gate. They did not deviate. They reached the dead center between the posts and ended. One ranger, interviewed years later, still shook his head. "We had 4 different guys measure, cast, photograph. The trail of boots is right there, stride by stride, and then it stops. Earth was soft enough, damp enough, you could see detail, and then nothing. You get a dog sniffing and it sits down whining. We brought a handler in from Asheville. Same reaction. Those dogs wanted nothing to do with crossing under those bars. For 10 days, the forest hummed with the search. Helicopters circled. Lines of volunteers combed ravines. They found no scrap, no fabric, no trail splitting away. The gate stood silent in the clearing, casting shadows too sharp at dusk. The print's end stopped at its center. Afterwards, stories grew. Campers said walking under the gate felt like stepping through a change in air, ears popping lightly as though altitude shifted. Some insisted their watches lost minutes. A wife watching her husband cross swore his body flickered as though heat warped when framed between the bars, though he laughed and told her she was seeing things. More unsettling were the nighttime tales. Couples bivouacked nearby, described hearing footsteps on gravel when no one was there. A solo hiker told in low tones that he raised his camera to shoot the iron scrollwork, and afterward found a pale blur framed between the posts and the print, though he swore he'd seen only empty space. Richard's family put his photograph in papers, lean, grinning, often with his children perched on his knees. Every year on the anniversary of his absence, someone leaves flowers propped against the iron. No one admits to placing them. Rangers speak of the site only in public as historical fencing remnant. Locals snort at the phrase. They keep using the name they always have, the Iron Gate. They tell visitors who ask that it opens to nothing and yet requires passage. A doorway that leads only into absence. Today the gate still waits, rust bleeding into dirt, wild vines twisting up one post as if to drag it back down. At dusk, insects hum close around, wings droning louder than seems natural. And if you step beneath the bars, you may notice how the air cools by a degree. How even the cicadas falter until silence seems to drape you like cloth. The prints are still there in the ranger file. Clear boot treads leading in, none leading out. Richard walked into the opening. The trail ended inside its shadow. No path ever resumed. And so the gate remains. An open threshold rooted deep into soil, patient with its rust. A door without walls, quietly waiting for someone else to center themselves beneath its iron arc. Up next is episode 1 in full. If any part was missed before, those stories begin now, with the same calm pace and rain, so just let it play. The boy who walked into the fog. It was the sort of campground chosen for its convenience, not its mystery. Families arrived in SUVs, tents popped up in neat rows. The smell of charcoal and roasted marshmallows hung in the air. Children darted between picnic benches and lakeshore, while adults sipped drinks, relieved that wilderness here was domesticated by gravel roads and numbered sites. In that comfort lay complacency. No one noticed how quickly fog could creep across the subalpine valleys. The boy, 9 years old, was last seen running along the path between campsites, chasing a kite he had tied to a stick. The evening air was cooling. Parents called after him. His laughter rang high, shrinking as he jogged farther from firelight. Then the fog arrived. Not gradual, not a mist that seeps. One camper swore it was as if a curtain descended. A wall of gauze dropped across the path. One moment the boy's form was visible, small legs pumping, red hoodie bright. The next he was gone, erased by blank gray. Silence slid in alongside, muffling shouts. Adults scrambled, first with annoyance, then alarm. Flashlight switched on, beam swallowed after a few feet. Parents screamed his name, plunging into the mist. Other campers joined, confusion swelling into dread. The path ran flat, simple, no slope for him to fall down, no thicket dense enough to hide him just steps away. And yet he was not there. Within 15 minutes, authorities were called. Rangers knew fog here, but admitted the swiftness was unnatural. Search teams formed, calling in patterns. Dogs were brought. They sniffed the ground where the boy had last been seen, then circled in agitation. Two sat on their haunches and refused forward, growling low. Handlers pulled, but the dogs resisted, ears pinned as though the fog itself held teeth. Hours stretched, then nightfall. The fog thickened still. Divers were even summoned for the lake shore, though no one saw the boy near water. The search continued for days. Helicopters with infrared flew over valleys, showing no small figure in brush, no heat signature. It was as if he had walked out of one world into another within a dozen strides. Other campers began to whisper what they had heard in those first seconds, voices in the fog that did not belong. A man from Site 14 said he heard laughter, not the boy's high-pitched, echoing strangely in the gray. A woman claimed she heard the boy answer his mother's calls once, faintly, but the sound came not from ahead but from behind, as if looped through the fog itself. When investigators pressed for clarity, memories shifted, details blurred, fear distorts. And yet across testimonies, one theme repeated: the fog was not weather. It arrived too suddenly, moved with intention, and carried sound untrustworthily. The boy's parents stayed until the official search concluded after 8 days. They left behind the camp chair he had been sitting in earlier that afternoon. They could not bear to take it home. Rangers folded it away quietly, adding it to the long list of uncollected items that told uncollected truths. Years later, the campground remains open. Children still chase toys between tables. Yet locals tell newcomers if fog arrives fast, gather your own and wait in cars until it passes. Some swear that on quiet nights when mist curls again across the path, you can hear a small laugh echo inside, like a child just out of sight. Others refuse the warning, only to return unsettled, speaking of voices carrying from the wrong direction. And though the record books list the boy as disappeared, presumed lost, parents of other campers never repeat that phrase. They say instead that he walked into the fog and the fog kept him. The hunter in the birch grove. The birch grove stood near the mountain slope, a stretch of pale trees tightly grown together. In autumn, the white trunks glowed even at dusk, and the ground lay covered in drifts of yellowed leaves. Hunters had always passed there since the days of logging, but few lingered too long. The man who vanished was a lifelong hunter, 51 years old, well respected locally, and familiar with terrain. He left camp one cold morning in November, rifle slung, intending to circle through the grove and return before dark. His companions saw him moving with assurance, striding confidently down through the trees. By nightfall he had not returned. Campers assumed delay, then sent calls across woods. No reply. His truck still sat where he parked. A search began immediately. The investigators found his boot prints leading in single file straight toward the heart of the birch grove, clear in the light frost. At a point between two trees they stopped. There were no signs of stumble or diversion. The ground ahead was untouched. Dogs brought to the site reacted strangely. They whined, pulled reluctantly to the end of the prints, then circled in agitation. One lay down and refused to approach further. Another barked and strained upward rather than ahead, as if scent lifted out of reach. Search teams scoured for over a week. Planes surveyed overhead. Men combed ravines with ropes. No body, no clothing scrap, no rifle was recovered. Hunters who participated later remarked on the uncanny hush of the grove. It seemed to silence birds entirely. Some swore they felt a pressure around them and complained of an unnatural stillness. Locals recalled that years before, others had been lost in the same area. An old logging record mentioned a man never coming off shift, last seen walking through birches. No trace had then been found either. After official search concluded, the family placed a marker stone near the grove. His wife said only that he had always walked there with confidence, and that she could not believe he might have lost his way in land he knew since boyhood. Hunters today often skirt the grove. They mutter about its peculiar quiet and urge younger men not to linger. The prints still ended, without explanation, as though the hunter had stepped out of this world entirely. The lost hiker on the Ridge Trail. The Ridge Trail was the kind people warned you about. Not a tourist loop near paved roads, but a narrow winding line across exposed granite, ascending into weather that shifted by the hour. Even experienced hikers spoke of its cruelty. Pockets of fog arrived without warning. Winds barreled as if driven by unseen engines. Yet the views drew wanderers still, valleys folding endlessly beneath, lakes flashing like silver coins, forests stretching until distance wore them to haze. He was not a novice. He had logged many solitary miles with compass and map, boots worn but trusted. That September morning he set out early, alone, promising to return by dusk. His gear was simple: day pack, water, jerky, rain shell, nothing more, because he knew the climb well. His car would be found later in the gravel lot where he left it. He was last seen passing another hiker near the mile 5 marker, offering a wave, cheerful, strong, utterly ordinary. By late afternoon, clouds crawled fast across the ridge. The winds shifted from playful to punishing. The other hiker, descending, remembered glancing back and seeing the man small against the skyline. Then the fog swept and erased him. Search parties formed the next day. His family reported no return, and rangers knew how quickly conditions punished those caught unprepared. Yet when trackers scoured the ridge, no boot prints aligned. The trail earth was soft from prior rains, yet his tracks ended abruptly on a granite slab near a wind-twisted pine. Dogs circled wildly, noses pressed down, then whined, refusing to pull in any linear direction. Handlers muttered confusion. It was as if the boot prints had simply stopped mid-step. Volunteers called into fog, their voices muffled by walls of air. Helicopters scanned gullies, infrared cameras sweeping. Nothing, not even a dropped pack or torn jacket. The ridge yielded only silence, amplified by wind. Yet there was one story rarely told aloud. A pair of hikers had camped lower down that same night. Around dusk, when fog churned thick and sight dropped to yards, they swore to hearing something on the winds, a voice calling. Not quite a cry for help, but a voice pitched strangely off like someone repeating the same 3 syllables again and again. They said the sound carried without echo, piercing fog but oddly flat. Both froze, listening, and heard it circle them. Not draw nearer, not draw away, but describe a ring in the mist. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was gone. When they descended at dawn and heard search crews calling the man's name, they knew what they had listened to could not be coincidence. But they rarely repeated the tale, fearing ridicule. When they did, years later they shuddered at a further detail. The syllables uttered did not match his name or any recognizable word. They were meaningless sounds, repeated like a chant. The case joined others in file drawers. Missing, presumed dead. The Ridge Trail was merciless, and people vanished. Yet those who knew him insisted on his competence. He had not been reckless. He had not planned beyond his limits. It was as though the ridge itself had closed its teeth around him and swallowed him whole. What lingers most in the lore is the abruptness. Feet do not stop leaving impressions without reason. Dogs do not refuse unless they sense something they cannot parse. Families do not endure silence so permanent, without explanation gnawing forever. To this day, Hikers climbing that trail describe a peculiar stretch near the twisted pine where fog always thickens, even when elsewhere skies are clear. Some claim their compasses spin erratically there. Others whisper that if you pause too long on the granite, you might hear a chant-like cadence drifting thin across the wind, 3 syllables repeating without echo. If you listen too closely, you may feel as though your body wants to step forward, not off-trail but off-world. And like so many cases cataloged and forgotten, his official fate will forever say exposure and terrain. But in the minds of those left behind, the ridge holds its own verdict. It takes whom it wants, and sometimes it leaves behind only the echo of syllables no human tongue has reason to shape. The vanishing boy in the campground. They were a family who camped every summer along the same stretch of rugged wilderness. The place was not far off the highway, but it felt hidden. A small private pocket nestled among towering pines and boulders the size of cabins. A river cut through the land, glittering in daylight and black in moon. It was the sort of campground that parents thought of as safe because the wilderness seemed so permanent, so still. On the second evening, the boy, 7 years old with boundless energy, was throwing a ball toward a stand of trees while his sister giggled on the grass. The parents cooked over the fire, glancing up now and again. It was the sort of glance parents cast when danger feels far away, perfunctory, a reassurance rather than a safeguard. One glance found only emptiness. The ball rolled back down a slope toward camp, but the boy did not return with it. His sister assumed he had gone deeper to fetch it. His parents at first assumed the same, but when they rose and called, voices carrying into the trees, their calls dropped like stones into a well. There was no return call, no rustle of leaves, no patter of running feet. Within minutes, camp neighbors were helping, spreading out between tents and vehicles, fanning into the woods. The search grew frantic quickly, too quickly, because there was no trail of snapped branches, no sound at all of a child stumbling. Dogs were brought in late that night, noses pressed into grass, but the trackers grew unsettled. The dogs pulled oddly, circled, then whined, and refused to continue up the granite ridge not far from camp. Their handlers exchanged uneasy looks but could not explain. By midnight, floodlights dotted the trees. Helicopters scanned the slopes, yet not a single print was found. The earth near the ridge was soft with lichen and sand. It should have held impressions of small shoes. There was nothing. The family stayed for days, desperate, brittle with waiting. They described the boy as bright, fearless, eager to chase after anything new, but there was nothing for him to have chased. The forest gave back no clue. Witnesses said the parents never truly cried until the 5th day, when they were asked about the stretch of granite above the river. To law enforcement's questions, had the boy ever tried to climb it? Had he shown interest? Both parents shook their heads in confusion. They said he feared heights, and besides, it was smooth stone, bare and vertical in sections, too high for a child to climb without help. Others, though, whispered things. Campers who spent that night near just before dusk told of hearing a sharp, unnatural silence sweep the river corridor, like an invisible curtain pressed against their eardrums. One man swore he glimpsed something like a person, but too thin, standing high on the granite as the sun dipped. He admitted later he hadn't spoken of it immediately because it sounded insane. The case became another file among many, set beneath the euphemism of lost in wilderness. Yet those who had been there that week would never forget the strangeness. They had walked those forests all their lives. Kids wandered too far, yes. People fell, yes. But children did not vanish without a sound, without a trace, without even the courtesy of scattering leaves beneath their panicked steps. The sister, years later, would recall the way the forest felt just before she realized her brother did not return. She said it seemed that time itself had slowed, as if her own heartbeat was suddenly loud. She remembered the ball rolling back all on its own, turning slowly over uneven grass, and how wrong that felt, how it rolled when there were no footsteps following it. The official explanation was never satisfying. The terrain was scoured again and again. Rangers admitted off record that places like this granite ridge had a history, not well publicized. They did not elaborate. Parents of the missing seldom got answers. Even now, the campground remains open. Families drive in from the highway, pitch tents, and watch their children run laughing into the woods. Yet a few locals avoid the river bend entirely. They mutter that something lives near that granite rise, something that notices children more keenly than adults. And if you walk those grounds at dusk, when the shadows stretch long toward the ridge, you might feel, as some swear they have, that the silence comes too quickly, too perfectly, erasing insect buzz, muting even the river. In that silence, the world pauses, and for a moment your mind anticipates the sound of small feet vanishing into the trees, though none are there. The vanishing girl at the lakeshore. At the lakeshore, the lake rested calm beneath wooded slopes, shallow at its northern edge where sandbars stretched far before falling off into deeper blue. Families often gathered there on warm weekends, allowing children to wade safely in water that reached no higher than their knees. It had always been considered a gentle place. On that summer afternoon, the girl was 11, visiting with relatives. She spent hours with cousins building castles in wet sand, darting after small fish near the shallows. When midday came, adults busied themselves with unpacking coolers. The girl lingered by the water's edge, toes scuffing ripples. Her cousins turned to collect sandwiches. Moments later, they looked back. The girl was gone. At first, no one panicked. She might have crouched behind reeds or ducked briefly underwater. Minutes passed without sign. Parents waited quickly, scanning the clear shallows. The footprints of the children were plain in the wet sand. Hers made a direct track toward water, a neat line that ended abruptly 10 paces out. Beyond that, the surface was unmarred. Search parties assembled quickly. Volunteers trawled the shallows with poles. Then divers combed the deeper shelf farther out. Over days, the entire cove was searched many times, yielding nothing. Dogs given her clothing bounded to the shoreline. They darted forward, splashing eagerly, but midway they froze. They whined, ears back, then retreated. Handlers remarked that the animals had encountered something they refused to follow. Witnesses reported odd impressions. One cousin claimed to see spiraling ripples moving inward at the spot where her tracks ended. A fisherman on the far bank thought he glimpsed a small figure half submerged, but the proportions seemed wrong. Hair trailing too long, arms held stiff. When he wiped his eyes, the water was empty. Family waited by the shore for weeks. None could accept absence of body or clothing. Authorities closed the file at last under probable drowning. Locals, however, began retelling older tales. They remembered stories of livestock refusing to drink at one side of the cove. Some spoke of hollows on the lake bed, small depressions that released rust-wet bubbles. After the incident, children were warned never to step out too far. Around town, the rhyme spread. 10 steps safe, the 11th forbidden. Visitors in later years have added their own unease. Paddleboarders report a sudden tilt near the same spot. Hikers swear laughter drifts faintly from ripples in still evenings. Photographs snapped across the cove sometimes develop with pale human-shaped blurs above the surface. The girl's family kept vigil many seasons, then ceased, but picnic shelters still echo with warnings. Parents count their children twice as they wade those waters. The tracks remain a memory, 10 paces across sand, then nothing at all. The screams by the reservoir. The reservoir was a place of compromise between wilderness and industry. On one side rose thick pine forest and granite scarps plunging steeply to water's edge. On the other, concrete spillways and rangers' service roads told of human dominion. The reservoir held a silence about it, not of serenity, but of containment. Locals came for fishing, for late summer swims, and when the rules went unenforced, for parties hidden among the trees at dusk. The young men arrived late on a Friday evening, 3 of them, tent sagging under too few poles, hearts light with weekend anticipation. They were not experienced woodsmen, but that mattered little. The water glimmered, the night was warm, and they felt the invulnerability that youth often bestows. As they pitched their campsite on a flat clearing near the tree line, laughter carried across the reservoir. On the opposite bank, another group had lit a fire. The sound echoed oddly, bouncing across the water with hollow resonance. One of them remarked that it sounded less like laughter and more like distant weeping. The comment earned a shove and more laughter, but in private it lingered. By nightfall, the forest had hushed itself. Crickets droned. Owls called. But beneath those natural notes lay something jagged, a feeling that the reservoir itself was bearing down upon them, holding something back perhaps, or pressing something in. They ate quickly, drank more than they should, and by midnight decided to walk down the slope to the water's edge with flashlights. The shoreline was deceptive terrain, soft mud giving way to stone, water lapping gently in rhythmic sighs. They shone their lights in wide arcs. The beams trembled across floating logs, reeds leaning sideways, occasional fish striking at insects. Then, without ceremony, the first scream split the night. It came from the far side, high, sharp, not animal. The unmistakable sound of a human voice in agony or terror. One of the men dropped his flashlight into the mud. All three froze, feeling as though the world itself had collapsed to sound only. A second scream followed, then a third, ragged and choking. They exchanged stunned glances. Logic charged in with explanations. A fight at the other camp, someone injured, drunk revelry gone wrong. But the screams had no rhythm of accident or quarrel. They rose jaggedly, staggered, then cut off sharp. Should we go around, one asked, the others hesitated. Circumventing the reservoir meant miles through trackless dark. Yet doing nothing felt unbearable. They stood at the water's lip, every instinct demanding action but nobody willing to act. Then the sound changed. Instead of distance sustained across the water, the next cry shattered the air behind them, up among the trees. The forest. They swung lights upward. Trunks stood still, shadows stretching long, but no human figure registered among them. And yet the cry had bloomed from that very darkness. The timbre was identical, high, tearing, mixed with something gurgling at its edge. One of them swore aloud and ran 3 steps toward camp, then stopped, unwilling to leave the others. The screams multiplied. Now 2 voices, maybe 3, overlapping. They came from multiple directions at once, across the water, behind the trees, even low to the left as if bubbling up from beneath the shoreline itself. No movement accompanied them. Nothing ran. Nothing broke twigs or underbrush. Just sound, filling the space until the air quivered with it. Fear became paralysis. Each man anchored to his beam of light, convinced something waited at its margins. The youngest of them began to sob, shoulders shaking, flashlight swinging in wide circles that made the trees seem to advance. Then silence. A brutal, absolute cutoff. The night pressed heavy, crickets dead, water flat. They did not speak or breathe for a long half-minute. When sound returned, it was not the same. A ripple on the water, not wind. This ripple traveled against the breeze. It began at the far end, but arrived before their feet with unnatural speed. The surface bulged, as though something vast moved just below. Then, in the glow of their lights, they saw circular rings spread outward, rhythmic, deliberate, like the pulse of something surfacing. One of them broke. He shouted that he was leaving, bolted toward camp without waiting. The others followed, tripping in mud and roots, lungs rasping. They did not stop until they reached the dirt road near the ranger. Turn off, where headlights occasionally swept. All night they sat there, backs against the gravel bank, refusing to risk sleep. At dawn they returned hesitantly for their gear. Their tent poles were collapsed, fabric shredded shallowly, as if clawed by dull hooks. Yet no tracks led away. Later reports diverged. Some said they had been drinking, imagination stoked. Others swore that screams were heard by a second camp on the northern bank. Though no names were given, no official record kept. The ranger station filed nothing beyond a disturbance call. Yet those 3 never returned to camp near the reservoir. Each described the night differently, but all identical in one feature. The way the water seemed to know their fear seemed to amplify it. They compared notes years later and shivered when one recalled a final detail. Beneath the screams in each burst had threaded the faint sound of water spilling. Not waterfall, not wave, like liquid draining endlessly from some cracked vessel. That image never left them, nor did the sound, heard sometimes still in quiet hours of night, human cries wrapped in the rush of unseen waters. The Vanishing Man in the Meadow Fog. The meadow lay broad between two ridges, a long clearing of grass that turned gold in September. In mornings, fog often gathered there, clinging low until sun burned it away. Hunters liked the meadow for easy passage, and picnickers for its views, though locals often remarked that the place felt oddly hushed when mist rolled in. The man who disappeared was a teacher, 45 years old, visiting with 3 friends on holiday. They camped not far from Brook Edge, intending a leisurely weekend. He was in good health, familiar with outdoors, and spent evening before trading stories cheerfully. On the second morning, the meadow was covered in fog. The group brewed coffee at their base. Speaking of plans, the man rose, remarking he would stretch his legs. They saw him stroll toward the middle of the field. Mist took him in. Minutes passed. His friends called, expecting reply from near distance. There was none. When the fog lifted an hour later, the meadow lay empty. Searchers came swiftly. His boots had marked a firm line through dew-wet grass for 50 paces. Then no impressions continued. The ground beyond stood untouched. Dogs brought forward strained eagerly to follow. They dragged handlers to the precise spot where tracks ended. Then they stopped short, hackles raised, turning circles. One howled, refusing to go forward. Handlers described behavior as unprecedented. Friends gave statements. All agreed they had watched him walk until he was swallowed by fog. One insisted he saw a second indistinct shape near him, but could not be sure through mist. Another recalled a sound like humming filling the air. The search extended 2 weeks. Helicopters flew patterned sweeps. Ground crews beat through every thicket. No trace was discovered, neither cloth scrap nor personal belonging. The family set up camp themselves. His wife stood at the meadow's edge, weeping quietly in interviews, finding it impossible that he could vanish so near companions. Authorities closed case as probable disorientation with unknown outcome. Locals passed the story in new form. Already there had been whispers that livestock avoided the meadow in spring fog, and that an old trapper once saw snare lines sprung with nothing caught. Now people muttered more darkly. Children repeated chant, 50 steps safe, no more. Subsequent visitors described subtle faults. Compasses spun briefly near center. Voice echoes returned strangely, sharper than spoken. A camera strap reported photographing brightnesses upright like white trunks where no trees stood. Friends of the lost man later spoke privately of dreams. In these, he walked alongside them on meadow smoke, yet his face lacked detail. Each night they woke unsettled. Still today, hikers keep count across meadow in thick weather. Some avoid it altogether, because one teacher walked into fog, followed his own laughter, and never returned. The Boy in the Snow Hollow. It was the kind of winter morning where every sound is buried, tightened down beneath snow. The sky a flat pewter lid, cold so clean it scalded the nose like alcohol. The boy was 6. He was dressed for the weather, wrapped in layers stitched together by a mother who thought about checklists. Scarf, boots, mitts, wool cap. They lived in a small mountain town where houses looked thick-walled and drawn inward against the freeze. Neighbors said he had been outside near the yard, dragging a sled across the crust. His father called him back, pointed toward the hills where the woods opened up into a small basin. They called it the Hollow, a depression in the ground, rimmed by aspen and fir, where the snow gathered deep and soft. Tracks were clear at first, boots no bigger than a man's palm. They moved steady toward the hollow, a clean row cut into white. Adults followed soon when they noticed he had gone quiet. In the hollow, the snow lay 4 feet deep, a smooth bowl whitened by wind. His tracks reached it, and then nothing. No scuffle, no break, no tailing edge of movement. The line of prints ended on the lip, like the boy had stepped down into a substance that erased him. Men fanned out. Shovels scraped, poles probed, voices called against cold air. They tramped the hollow. Hours bent into night. Lanterns swung like ship lights across that bowl of snow, revealing no hole, no covered drift, no trace of child or body. The weather sharpened. Stars burned above ridges like ice in motion. The search pushed outward. First a mile, then 5, then 10. Dogs brought in. Nothing taken, nothing smelled. At dawn, the searchers returned to the hollow. Still only those small boot prints. No line back, no drag, no animal spore. Men muttered of sinkholes, soft snow depressions, a mistake. Yet every test print stayed visible where others walked. Except his. His were the only ones that ended clean. Officials declared the case lost. As days turned, the story thinned, filed in brittle newsprint. For the parents, there was no thinning. They stood by the hollow too many nights to count, waiting for hint or echo, unable to accept a field of snow could take a child and not give him back. Children in the town avoided the place. They said the snow there was not snow, but a skin-pulled tot over something waiting underneath. They said if you listened, there was a sound like a deer breathing beneath the crust. Slow, patient, endless. Years away, the hollow still holds its white. Still drifts gather there, deeper than around it, as though the ground is lower than it looks. In thaw, it pulls into marsh. In freeze, it builds over. And there is still the line of questions without answers. A boy walking. A hollow of snow. Prince vanishing. And then, nothing left in the world but wind. Gone. In a way that feels closer to taken. The missing farmer beyond the fence. It begins in the middle of nowhere, though the people who live there never call it that. To them it is simply home. Flat fields stretching as far as the eye dares look, oak and ash lining property borders, farmhouses leaning like survivors of a storm, clay earth red in spring, pale and cracked in summer. One of those farms belonged to Harris. Folks called him steady, upright if plain. He had worked that land all his life, his boots worn through more seasons than most people counted. He wasn't remarkable, just dependable. The sort of man you nodded to on the road, the sort you saw hunched over a tractor in the first light of day. A fence stretched across the northern edge of his farm. Beyond it lay more land, his by survey, but ground he rarely worked. He said the soil there soured fast. Crops came up thin, roots twisted, stalks brittle before harvest. Land goes dead if it wants to, Harris once muttered at the grain elevator. No one asked him to explain. On the morning it happened, Harris woke before the sun, fed the cattle, walked the line of his fields. A neighbor saw him near the fence around mid-morning, leaning against the rail as if resting. The neighbor thought nothing of it and went about chores. By noon, his wife noticed the silence. Harris hadn't come in for dinner. She stepped onto the porch, expecting to see his figure in the field. Instead, there was only his hat, resting on a fence post, exactly centered, as though placed there with care. His boots stood neatly on the lowest rung, side by side, toes pointing forward. She called his name once, twice. A third time, her voice thinner. That's when she saw the prints. Steps pressed into the soil beyond the fence. Clean, clear, indented deep where he crossed. They moved steadily out into the pasture. Lena followed them with her eyes, and then she stopped. Because halfway across the field, the track stopped. Cut clean, boot prints ending suddenly in unbroken earth. No stumble, no drag, no scuff that might show a turn. Just one set of prints that carried forward, and then simply ceased as if the ground had closed its mouth. Neighbors came running when she screamed. Dogs brought in sniffed circles and whined like they had lost the trail to air itself. Lanterns burned through the long evening, throwing weak light across grass that bent but held no answer. Nothing was found, and every time they returned to that pasture, it was the same. The boots on the fence, the hat, the tracks leading away, and then nothing. Nothing at all. Deputies asked questions no one wanted to answer. Did he drink? Did they fight? Was there money owed? Every question pressed on Lena like weight she could not hold. She stayed silent, except for one thing she said under her breath. He wouldn't leave the boots. Days stretched, searches widened. Fields still demanded tending, because out here even the missing can't keep the living from chores. But at dusk, neighbors found themselves leaning on that fence, staring out, wondering what had stolen more effective than sickness, more silent than crime. The children whispered. They said the ground out there wanted, that it softened for Harris and closed when he stepped. That if you walked far enough into the line of earth, the field itself would open to swallow you whole. Weeks passed, grain grew again, but when harvest came, the patch beyond the fence refused. Wheat knelt low to the ground there, dying early. From above, it looked like the outline of a body pressed sideways into the dirt, knees bent, arm crooked, head bowed, the shape of a man who lay down once and never rose. Some called it coincidence. Others stopped talking altogether. Years dulled the sharpest edges of grief, though not the hollow left behind. Lena left eventually, unable to sleep near the fence line any longer. The land passed hands, but the fence remained. Wooden rails sagged with thaw and frost, but no one tore them down. People still speak in whispers when they speak of him at all. Before sunrise, some say they've seen a man along the line, a tall shape in work clothes, walking slow, bending as though for weeds. But when headlights catch him, he is gone. They say fields like that keep what they take, and the fence still waits, leaning gray, silent. One man, one set of prints, one field that ended them, gone beyond the fence. The vanishing camper by the lake. The lake rested like a mirror in the mountains, dark sapphire by day and black glass by night. Pines leaned inward along its shores, whispering even in still air, and granite shoulders jutted into the water on both sides, making a natural amphitheater. Every year, campers came here with boats, rods, or just the desire to float into silence where cell service slipped away. That August, several friends, all in their late 20s, parked their vehicles along the lake's dusty road and carried gear down to a clearing at the shoreline. Their tents formed a loose semicircle around a fire pit. Canoes were dragged half ashore, metallic hulls scraping pebbles. Music played from someone's speaker, laughter echoed. They grilled, they drank, and by nightfall they were happy. The kind of undisturbed joy that only wilderness can magnify. The missing man, call him Daniel, was not the wildest among them. If anything, he was measured, the least likely to take foolish risks. He liked water but always stayed within sight of camp. He wore a baseball cap low against the sun, and friends later remembered seemed unusually relaxed that weekend, as though this lake, more than others, had promised him rest. The day passed without note until evening came. Daniel walked from his tent toward the water, towel over his shoulder. Some thought he was going to wash his face or maybe skip stones. The sky was turning, clouds flaming lilac above the peaks. His silhouette crossed the shoreline, easily visible in fading light. And that was the last time anyone saw him. Minutes stretched. Someone asked where he had gone. When no answer came, half-drunk jokes turned to calls. Daniel. The echoes were strange here, voices bounced low, carrying wider than expected, warped as though the lake did not reflect sound but bent it. The search began almost immediately. Friends fanned out with flashlights. The water was still. No ripples, no splashing, nothing. His towel lay neatly folded on a rock, as if set there with care. But no shoes, no clothes discarded, nothing to suggest he had gone for a swim. One by one, their voices became ragged. Fear sharpened sobriety. By midnight, rangers had been called, headlights washing over trees as more searchers arrived. Canoes were pushed back onto the water, beams cutting across pitch surface. But no body broke the reflection. Dogs arrived next morning. They sniffed Daniel's towel, circled the rock, then turned inland. For a brief moment, handlers seemed confident, until the dogs looped back to the same point, pacing, whining. One dropped to its belly, ears flat, refusing further. As with so many of these cases, the clue ended with the dog's refusal to lead. Divers searched the shallows, then the depths. Water clarity was poor, dark, sediment choked. After days, nothing emerged. No clothes, no body. Families demanded answers. Officials wrote exposure, drowning, misadventure, but the absence remained too neat, too clean. Around campfires later, among those who had been there, other fragments were spoken. Several admitted hearing something strange around dusk before Daniel walked down. A single tone, deep and vibrating, stretched across the lake. Not music, not machine. A kind of droning that felt more felt than heard, as though their ribs hummed. At the time, they had written it off as a boat engine miles away. Later, they realized no boat had been present. One camper swore the night air had carried another sound too. A splash far out, followed by a cry, thin and cut short. But the statement wavered, changed. Perhaps memory played tricks. Perhaps the cry was imagined in retrospect. Rangers, quietly to one another, muttered about that lake. A history unspoken because repetition makes it harder to ignore. Other cases, vague, scattered, where prints ended at water with no sign of entry, where belongings were found neatly arranged but owners gone. Officially, each was its own tragedy. Unofficially, the pattern formed its own dread. Witnesses spoke of reflections acting oddly. Some said they saw more figures in the water's mirror than stood on shore. One said Daniel's reflection lingered longer than his form, as if a second slower to vanish. Another refused to return at all, saying the lake carried silhouettes it had no right to. For the family, explanations gave no comfort. Searches stretched for a week, then shrank to daily headlines. After 10 days, Daniel's name joined the roster of missing, and yet the friends carry a detail unshakable. The towel folded flat on the rock. He had set it down carefully, as if he expected to be back within minutes. It was not panic, not accident. Whatever drew him into absence was accepted calmly, almost invited. Years afterward, rumors thicken. Local campers whisper of evenings when fog lifts from the surface, coiling over the rocks. Some claim to see a lone man on shore, baseball cap low, moving toward the water, but no splash follows. The apparition seems locked in loop. One minute he is there, the next no. And sometimes, in the minute after sunset, they say the lake itself changes tone. Not the ordinary hush of evening, but a vibration, a bass hum without source. Stand near enough and you will feel it through stone beneath your feet. Explanations, hypothermia, sudden drowning, getting lost, fail against one detail, the towel still folded, waiting. A gesture of someone who thought he was stepping only a moment away. Perhaps he did, only, not in a direction this world can measure. The vanishing couple on the Riverbend Trail. The river wound north of the campground, threading a canyon as if the water had always been carving toward its own secret. The trail there was gentle, not much more than 2 miles, hugging the water, looping back along a gravel road. It was the sort of path that couples favored. They wandered hand in hand, pausing at railings to watch trout flash silver beneath the surface, bending their heads close to share words that the river swallowed. It was late spring when the couple disappeared. They were in their late 20s, engaged, visiting from the city for a long weekend. A ranger saw them leave the lot just after lunch, smiling, carrying only a shared water bottle and a small pack. Another hiker heading back later remembered seeing them at the overlook, leaning against a railing where the water curved widest. They looked ordinary, happy. That was the last certain sighting. By evening, their family grew uneasy. Their car still sat in the lot, unlocked. Their phones rang unanswered. Rangers at first assumed a delay, but sent 2 officers to sweep the trail. They walked the loop carefully, right to the bend, and found the water bottle set oddly against the railing. No pack, no couple, no sign of accident. The search widened through the night. Boots pressed soil and stone. Circles of headlamps darted across tree trunks. Dogs pulled at leashes. The animals tracked along the trail down to the railing, and then froze. They whined, circling, confused, sniffing the air as if the scent did not lie on the ground anymore. Handlers pushed toward the river itself, but the dogs backed away, paws braced as though refusing a command. Some tried a second pass, but every time the animals stopped just short of the bend and turned their noses upward, not down. Divers entered the following morning. The river was shallow at the curve, pools clear to stone. The idea of both falling seemed ill-fitting. Rails secure, water mild. Yet the crew searched anyway. They combed currents, scanned for bodies, combed for clothes snagged on rock. Nothing surfaced. No torn fabric, no scrape on the rail, not even a print in the mud below. Witness accounts trickled in. A grandmother at the picnic area upriver told her daughter quietly that she had seen two figures in the shallows near dusk, not walking but gliding just above the surface, side by side. The features blurred, like reflections seen through shifting glass. She had been too ashamed of the strangeness to report it right away. After 2 days of silence, she confessed with tears, shaking her head at her own words, even as she insisted they were true. Others admitted to hearing laughter that same evening, echoing strangely across the canyon. A light sound, cheerful, too far away to place. Crews followed the echoes into darkness and found only air over the river, no one standing on the bank. By the third day, the families broke down. Flyers lined the trailhead. The photos showed two faces bright with expectation, smiling at a future that seemed certain. Authorities pushed the standard explanation: hikers missing, presumed drowned. They mentioned past accidents, slips, the deceptiveness of water. On record, it remained the simplest answer, but the locals shook their heads. They knew the river well. It could sweep a single soul under, perhaps, could hide one body in its eddies, but not two without trace, not side by side. Stories began then, grafted onto what was left behind. Hikers and campers started calling the place Lover's Bend. They said the canyon pinched there in a strange way. Voices echoed wrong, shadows warped oddly at dusk. Photographs taken near the rail sometimes came out crooked, faces stretched long, water gleaming double. A few swore that if you stayed too long as the sun sank, you heard laughter drift over the water, followed by a sudden silence that pressed against the chest. Some added that the silence invited you forward, that it pulled not with menace but with a soft calling, like an open hand stretched across a distance. Witnesses admitted they felt a brief urge to climb the rail and step outward, not from despair but from a strange conviction that someone was waiting just past where the earth fell away. The families returned still. Each year they lay flowers by the post where the water bottle was found. Stones arranged in circles, names spoken quietly. No one mentions drowning. They refuse explanations that sound like erasure. Two bodies swallowed whole without debris or stain. That did not fit the memory of children they had raised, the solidity of who they were. Time moves onward. Tourists still walk the loop, peering over the railing, marveling at silvery fish curling beneath ripples. The land looks ordinary. The water still bends bright under the sun, yet regulars mutter as they pass. Parents tug their children close as if some line lies unseen across the wood. The story endures, because everyone knows about the couple who stepped into air, leaving only a bottle behind, and everyone fears the bend where voices laugh, though no one is there. The hunters and the distant whistle. Early October brought the hunters to the high country. Nights dipped below freezing, mornings broke crystalline, and the valleys rang with the bugle of elk. 3 men, longtime companions, drove their truck along a gravel spur into the national forest. They had hunted these ridges since their teens, hauling deer from draws and fishing cutthroat from creeks that rarely saw another rod. That season felt routine. They set their camp in a clearing, raising a canvas wall tent, firing up a propane stove, a lantern swinging at the ridgepole. The woods stretched in every direction, granite shoulders lifting into the sky. Calm fell over them in the scent of pine pitch and wood smoke. The first day brought nothing but miles. By dusk they returned laughing, mock-blaming each other's noisy packs and sluggish pace. After supper and bourbon, they leaned back to watch the stars blink through the canopy. Night pressed in, silent except for an owl. The second day came strange. Low clouds swallowed peaks so quickly it seemed the world shrank hour by hour. The forest was muffled, each twig snap cut short, as if the air itself smothered small sounds. Still they rose at dawn. rifles slung, splitting apart along the ridges to cover ground. By late afternoon, 2 of the men were back at camp. The third did not return. They waited. Hunters know how to circle back, to linger when the light fades. But by true dark, the absence felt wrong. Lanterns were hung high. Names were shouted into the draws. No answer came. It was near 10 o'clock when they heard it. Not his voice. A whistle. High and clean. 2 notes, repeated. They darted from the tent and swept beams into the trees. Relief spilled out in nervous laughter. It had to be him signaling. Yet relief drained quickly, because the man they knew did not carry a whistle. He never had, and the sound itself was wrong. It did not sit in a place. It seemed both near and impossibly far, at once across the ridge and then just behind the line of spruce. They called his name, voices cracking with effort. Silence followed. Then again the 2-note whistle, patient and steady. Half an hour passed, with the sound weaving through the forest, never nearer, never fading away. Then, without transition, it stopped. The 2 men sat awake until dawn, rifles laid across their knees, waiting for it to return. At first light they charged into the country their friend had climbed the day before. His trail was simple to find, boots leading uphill, steady, deliberate. Midway on the slope the prints circled, hesitated, and then ended in a patch of duff. No dragged mark, no snapped branch. Just one moment he was walking, and the next he was not. Search teams poured in. Helicopters circled. Dogs pulled on leashes. At times the hounds whipped forward toward high ridges, baying sharply, then froze with tails rigid. They turned whining to their handlers. Men frowned in confusion. The dogs had found something, and then they had lost it all at once. That night, fresh volunteers rotated into camp. 2 bedded near the companions. Again near midnight, they shook each other awake. The whistle had returned. 2 notes, almost gentle, threading through the forest dark. The volunteers tried to trace it, ears straining, compasses pressed to maps. One insisted the sound came from the ridge above. Another swore it lifted from the creek below. No bearing held for long. The moment someone fixed on a direction, the whistle seemed to slide away. When they shouted, their voices struck the trees and died. The whistle did not answer, but it did not falter either. It persisted with unnatural patience until, once more, it ended at once, leaving only air. For 9 days crews searched. Mile after mile swept clean, no rifle, no coat, no spare cartridge in the dirt, nothing at all. The report filed was as flat as paper, missing while hunting. His family was handed condolences without remains to bury. The 2 companions carried guilt into the years afterward. Both admitted that the sound had not only unsettled them, it had tempted them forward. There was comfort in those 2 notes, a suggestion that someone familiar was calling. Each had to resist the urge to walk into the dark. They wondered if their friend had heard it first, higher on the ridge, and if he had followed. The country found its stories. Old loggers muttered of piping sounds in forgotten valleys, like flutes carried on the air, though no herdsmen lived here. Elders spoke of meadows once avoided, places where spirit voices lured travelers astray. Scholars called it folklore, but the tales accumulated. Years later, hikers returned with their own reports. A whistle in the trees, always 2 notes. Some convinced themselves it was a bird. Others swore it was too sharp, too precise, too perfectly repeating. One woman said the strangest part was not the sound itself, but the feeling that it was aware of her listening. For the men who lost their companion, the sound was not folktale but memory. Both sank into uneasy dreams for weeks after, hearing the whistle in sleep, following it downhill into a fog. In those dreams they almost glimpsed him, stepping just beyond reach, the 2-note call always leading on. Neither ever went back to that drainage. One never shouldered a rifle again. The file remained still. A competent hunter climbed into the fog. His tracks broke off on a slope, and he was gone. The coordinates sit in a drawer, and some nights in October, when cloud sinks too quickly through granite valleys, the sound carries again. 2 notes. Clear. Waiting. The fisherman's vanishing on Twilight Shore. The sea was never truly silent in that town. It breathed forever against the coast, sighing over sand and stone. Nets hung across dune fences, ropes coiled near sheds, black with tar and salt, boats tilted on shore as though dozing. Children learned the rhythm of surf before they ever learned their letters. Among those people of tides was a man named Silas Rudd. Everyone said he belonged to the ocean as much as to the streets they shared. His skin bore the mark of years in salt air. His hair gone gray, early not with age, but with spray. He read the tide without thought, looked at the sky once and knew whether fish would come close or stay deep. Steady, quiet, ordinary. That was Silas. Twilight was the hour he loved most, when the horizon gilded itself and then shifted to violet gray. When gulls folded wings and lamps lit along porches, he often walked down to the water. Some evenings he carried a rod for bass, other afternoons a bucket for clams, sometimes nothing but himself and an inclination to breathe the air. Neighbors learned not to be surprised at his passing figure. That rhythm made what followed impossible to ignore. One evening in October, when the light softened early and the sky leaned purple, Silas took his rod and a tin of bait. He nodded to two neighbors sitting on a porch rail, rubbed the ears of a stray dog. A few children tagged behind, watching the old man make his way down the slope. He said something about mackerel biting. Several people glimpsed him later along the sand. One thought she saw him cast, line piercing the air across surf. Another described his body drawn against the horizon, rod braced as if waiting. This much is certain. By twilight he stood on the shoal, and then he did not. When true dark came, his porch stayed unlit. His niece walked up thinking to check, expecting to find him winding line or dozing in a chair. She found the house still, hooks resting neat on nails, slicker hung untouched, no sound inside. She grew worried but not alarmed. Fishermen often lost track of hours. It was the following morning, when his boots were still absent from beside the door, and his bed had not been slept in, that alarm spread. Neighbors and relatives went first. They walked the beach, scanning reeds and hollows, shouting his name. On sand they found what should have been proof, the sure print of boots moving down the slope and straight toward the tide. The line of impressions was steady, neat, bearing the weight of a man unhurried. They followed until the prints simply stopped. Not blurred, not half washed away, not staggered as though he'd fallen. They ended clean and dry sand, as if his last step had carried him elsewhere. Beside that final mark sat the bait tin, lid sprung open, worms stiff in air. His rod was nowhere. Search efforts began in earnest. Men rowed boats, scanning each inlet. Crews hauled nets into empty water. Coast Guard vessels sniffed radar across the bay. Helicopters combed the ocean mouth with blades slicing the horizon. They found nothing. Not a coat, not a float, not a scrap of line. It was explained in official tone, presumed drowned. The records said it plainly. The sea was dangerous, the currents deceptive, another fisherman lost. But the people of that town muttered otherwise. They knew the habits of water. A drowning leaves ripples, a shoe tossed, a shirt tangled, a sign carried back by waves. The sea, cruel as it could be, always returned something. But here, it returned nothing at all. On the third night, a boy came running pale-faced to his mother. He had been chasing fireflies near the river mouth when he swore he heard Silas calling. The voice was faint, drawn out, not across the waves but above them. He insisted it drifted from the air rather than the tide. His tears convinced no one fully, but silence crept into the room after his story. Later, a woman admitted hearing something that same evening. Not words, but a long whistle, thin and wavering, losing itself above the surf. She had thought it imagination until the boy spoke. The community leaned closer then, speaking low. Whispers turned to stories. Old fishermen remembered tales of strange lights on October seas, orbs wandering above the water's curve. An elder recalled his grandfather mentioning a sailor vanishing from the same long shoal generations earlier. A priest spoke lightly of spirits tugging men from shore in the violet hour. Children grew restless when twilight came, glancing at the water with eyes gone wide. running home before the sky lowered itself toward night. The family grieved in their way. His niece lit the porch lantern each dusk, hoping against sense that the beacon might draw him back. Neighbors built a cairn on the dune line where his prints finished. The sea licked close each tide, but nothing toppled the stones, as though the waves themselves were cautious at that place. Time passed, seasons broke themselves open. Fish returned, others left. The cairn remained, though wind worried at it, and sand carried half its bulk away. Silas's story, however, grew heavier. Hikers paused on the shoal. Tourists snapped photographs. Some of those photos returned distorted, faces smeared in light, edges blurred as if fog had crossed film where no fog had walked. A fisherman years later swore he heard laughter lift from tide pools in the night. He fled without checking. A couple walking at dusk spoke of spotting a figure hunched among rocks, but when they drew near, the space proved empty and sand unmarked. Legend attached itself thick as barnacle. It was said the shoal was thinned ground at twilight, that if a man lingered too long, he would feel not horror but a strange invitation. The air itself would ask him to step forward, just past water's mark, and if he did, his prints would end neat as Silas's. 10 left waiting beside them. The stories frightened children but bound adults to unease. They could not forget details. They murmured over suppers. The prints too sure for panic, the sea too silent for drowning. They retold it again and again, not to entertain but to try forcing sense onto something that had none. The most haunting account, however, came quietly from Silas's niece months afterward. She said she dreamed of him often, and in one dream saw him not in the water but just beyond it, standing lightly above the waves. He raised one hand toward her, neither beckoning nor pushing away. His body drifted without following the rhythm of tide. He lifted slowly upward until he vanished into the rim of fading light. She woke already crying, convinced more than ever no drowning had occurred. The years unrolled, the cottage sagged, paint peeled. Still flowers appeared at the cairn, laid by steady hands. Twilight retained its beauty. Couples walked shorelines. Children built castles in sand. Gulls returned from feeding grounds. Yet for locals there was always one wary glance. They muttered toward the shoal. They kept watchful toward the moment when sky turned violet gray, because the fisherman who knew tide better than most had stepped onto a shore he did not return from, and because what lingers is not proof of his death, nor proof of survival, but only a hollow where prints end and reason itself is broken. That hollow is as visible and as permanent as the tide. The woman who went to wash dishes. The camp had been lively through the afternoon. People bustled between fire ring and picnic tables. Pots rattled, voices rose and fell with laughter. The mountain air was crisp yet forgiving, the kind of summer evening that makes food taste better simply for having been prepared outdoors. The woman who cooked most of the meal. Her name in the record is Margaret, though everyone called her Maggie. Did what she always did when a crowd fed well. She smiled with a tired sort of pride, picked up the basin of dishes, and announced she would wash them down by the water. Nothing about those words seemed final or unusual. She had done the same thing hundreds of times at home, at cabins, at picnics. You clear, you scrub, you rinse, and you come back. Simple as breath. Several people recall watching her step down the slope with the basin tucked on her hip and a towel draped over her shoulder. Still light enough then to see her skirt catch at brush along the trail. She turned once, called some passing remark about saving soap, then vanished from view among low fir trees. The moment was ordinary, forgettable, until it was not. When dusk spread through camp, the conversations dimmed. Someone asked if Maggie needed help. A cousin walked down to the water. He expected to find her kneeling at the stream, hands wet, hair bent forward as she worked. But there was no one there. The basin was absent, the towel absent, the place itself undisturbed. He returned uneasy but unalarmed. Perhaps she had taken another bend, found quieter ground, yet more minutes passed, then a half hour, and unease thickened. Lanterns were lit, names called out between trees. Only crickets answered. By full dark, the family panicked. The trail was not long. The creek no wide river, only a ribbon of clear water curling against stones. Maggie should have been visible at nearly every point. Yet when they swept both upstream and down, no trace appeared. Her basin was not found. Her towel was not found. She herself was not found. Searchers gathered fast. Once shouts reached the highway camp. Neighbors brought lanterns, doubled back with dogs. Rangers were summoned by radio. They combed brush, stomped along ridgelines, dragged shallow pools, called into silence. It was as though she had stepped forward one pace too far into the dark and been erased. Reports later insisted on impossibility. They emphasized that the stream ran shallow, barely reaching the knee near camp. No one could drown unseen. No cliff edge threatened. No wild animal signs marked the ground. Her print showed briefly in dust on the slope, then faded on stone. After that, nothing. Another woman said she glimpsed Maggie once more, that even after she left view of camp, she saw her up the creek bed 15 minutes later, bent slightly as if working still. But when she called her name, the figure did not stir or answer. The woman walked forward only a few dozen yards before realizing no one was there. She swore she had seen correctly. The record lists her testimony as mistaken. The search stretched into days. Helicopters thumped above timber. Radios clicked and crackled. Volunteers lined stretches of ground like beads on string. But not a sock, not a thread, not a bowl turned over appeared in mud or grass. The stream whispered indifference between their shouts. In the end, the file closed with words already too familiar. Missing person, presumed lost. But what lingered was less tidy. Back in town, whispers muddied. Some said she never wanted to come back, that she ran from family the way water runs from stone. Others rejected this outright. She was content, they insisted. A domestic soul who found comfort even in chores. Vanishing did not suit her. Her family remained stiff in grieving. They returned to the site compulsively, first weekly, then monthly. They lit candles by water, half hoping the glow might coax a sign. One child swore that he still heard dishes clinking along the stream on certain nights. He put his ear to the ground and said he heard them below. Farmers fishing upstream later muttered of catching glimpses at dusk. A woman kneeling at the bank, head lowered, arms busy in water. Yet when approached, no person stood there. Water flowed without disturbance. Legends grew in surrounding counties. Hikers began to call that place Dishwater Bend. They said if you carried a basin down at twilight, you might hear footsteps beside your own. They warned that if you did not turn back quickly, you could lose yourself in the sound of unseen scrubbing, pulled after it until no one saw you again. Others feared the silence more. They said the bend grew noticeably quieter than other stretches of stream, that birds did not roost above it and frogs hushed when you drew near. The hush itself was warning, yet people accustomed to silence often missed it until too late. A ranger decades later wrote privately of pausing there on patrol. He said he felt a hand brush his elbow, and yet the air lay empty. But the truest dread stained the family, because memory married to routine makes absence cruel. Every time they ate together, every time dishes were stacked and water drawn, space pressed itself open. Someone was missing, and though they told each other again and again that she must have stumbled, wandered, fallen, the explanation rattled thin. A body always returns. A bucket always rolls into view. Something should emerge. Nothing ever did. The photograph on her sister's mantle faded with time, but the place where her prints ended did not. Families pointed it out like warning as they hiked through. Children raised in the county learned early. Water reclaims, forest devours, but silence can eat a person whole. And always, stories ended the same way. A woman who carried dishes down to a stream during twilight, and who never came back. Not her, not her basin, not a single thing.